guess I'll be where we are. What's up, weirdos? It's Wednesday. Gonna do a little Overwatch with the girlfriend. And then Apex a little bit later. Enjoying the Halloween events in both games. Yeah, right. Yeah, should have not done this post. Do that, turn that sound off. This has to be mixer, because that doesn't always come in.
Oh my gosh. Fine.
Okay. Do that, that's good. Where's the Facebook? Facebook has to come out here. Okay. So I think that's... Oh, that's good, okay. Oh, it's coming from my side.
Oh shit.
I'm not...
I'm reloading. Yay. I was thinking about picking Soldier, and now I think that would have been a much better idea.
You're better than me, I grab your hands. I still have the edge on you and Smithy. That's it.
Alright, done. Dunzo, post is up though. Alright, here we go.
Oh, you were posting?
Yeah. Okay.
Again, what the fuck?
What the fudge? What the fudge sandwiches? How many fudge sandwiches? Alright, there we go. There we go. Coming from my side. It's dead. Don't you think it's a marvel of engineering, don't you think?
I can handle myself. Mind your own back.
Where you at?
Me on top.
No, I hear Opie. Crying.
Obadiah's crying like...
There you are. Come on, bitch. Get the fucking tie. I hate all.
Doing what we can there, Magoostalations.
I didn't mean you.
Yeah, I was talking shit on everybody but you.
I mean it.
The dragon's fire consumes all except me, bitch. How do you like that lava fire consuming your face? Jameson Junkenstein. Oh, he destroyed my turret.
Oh my gosh. Oh shit. Like, guys, let's focus.
Oh, you need to heal. You need.
I know, I'm getting chased by Reaper right now.
I'm doing what I can.
That's what I said, we're gonna focus up, and then I did my, I was doing Transcendence, and I went over to you guys. And he was still chasing me.
Coming from my side and the right side.
Ugh.
Hey, come on up here, Reaper. Come on. Thank you, Brigitte. Appreciate the heals, Brigitte. No. Oh, you're Brigitte? No, you're not Brigitte.
No, I hate Brigitte. She's ruining my life.
Yeah, no, she just came up and started helping me. What's up, Miss Delina and Leanne? How y'all doing tonight? Having fun? Oh, they just destroyed my turret. 2, 1, new turret. Alright, I almost got my special, so I'm coming down.
Oh, we almost got Mercy. Get Mercy. Look right.
Take that, take that.
I guess we'll focus on Roadhog.
Oh.
We should kill Junkrat first.
I'm just trying to keep robots away from the door. Roadhog is messing me up.
Yeah,
There we go.
Can't let more people get through.
You're done, Junkrat. Bam! Bam! dab on them. Dab on them. Right? That's what the cool kids do, right? I think so. You
What'd
dab
you
on
say?
them? Hit them with a dab?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I see like the Paul brothers doing, and they're cool.
I think no.
Yeah, but they got money and stuff, so maybe doing dabs will give me money. I don't know.
Maybe.
Because like, I don't think they're entertaining. I don't get it. I voted for the wrong person. Agent.
Somebody voted for Brigitte.
That was
I
me.
was gonna say.
That was
Who
me.
voted for Brigitte?
I accidentally hit A. Oops. Oopsies. Boom, 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 boom.
Alright, so we got 2 more. Do we want to keep doing Drunkenstein's Revenge?
We can try a quick play and see what happens, or an arcade.
There's Mystery Heroes, Quick Play Classic, Drunkenstein, Endless, or Quick Play.
Let's do Mystery Heroes.
You say so.
Or you think we're gonna regret it?
A little bit.
Have faith. Gotta have faith. Gotta have faith. That just makes me want to listen to Limp Bizkit on some Spotify. For the millennium. Are you ready?
Okay.
Nice,
What are you
I'm fuck
Oh, the couch.
Genji.
Isometric. I really need her fucking auto lock. Like I can like not use this laser now. It does. You would think it would be like similar to Zarya's, but oh my god, we have 3 Symmetras. This is gonna suck for them.
It's been quite a while since I played some.
Look at all these fucking turrets. Floats in the air.
Nice. Can it be only one Genji? And it's me, Mother Bean. We got a Zarya pushing one of our Symmetras. Nice, she's down.
There's a Reinhardt trying to come down the steps over here. I'm really tempted.
Oh,
to
he
push
just
her right now.
smoked me.
Aw, someone.
That'd be me.
Oh, you.
He smoked me with that fire strike. Oh, now I'm Widow. Sweet. Went from like my worst character to my like super ultra worst character.
I was gonna say like second worst. Well, I didn't mean to do that.
Their Reinhardt keeps throwing their fire strikes into the ground, and I thought it was because they there's a little bit of a hill on that first street, but they just did it again, and there's no hill over here. Come on, show me your head. Show me your head. I forget where the health boxes are. Oh, thank you, Moira. Oh, somebody's on the point.
I am too.
Diva upstairs. The cafe is dead.
Oh, I was at 97%. No. Go Mercy, right?
No, there's a Moira.
Dang. So close. So slow, Sophie. Mercy.
Oh, I'm dead. Is there? I heard there's supposed to be like a ping system coming to Overwatch. That's not implemented yet, right?
Not that I know of. It probably would have told you. Shit! Oh god.
We got a Sigma behind us. He's dead. Oh, there's a Symmetra on me. Really trying to.
Oh shit. Yeah, I'm gonna die. I did not know there were all these symmetric turrets there. Damn it. I was 3 seconds away from the res. I should have just stayed in that hallway.
Oh, now I'm Symmetra. Oh, come back, Lucio. You were a bit too fast.
I'm Lucio, behind you.
No, you're Lucio ahead of me. You're running away from me.
Oh. I didn't realize that. Don't go that way.
I just wanted to hit them real quick. Oh, wrong button. Look at that teleporter placement. Oh, we got a Sigma behind us.
Yeah, I know. Oh, am I all by myself?
I don't know. I'm dead. So
Go.
definitely not with me.
No!
Oh, I'm Farah. Here we go.
Almost
Now it's fucking on, boy. If I remember how to play Farah.
My eyes are crying. What is
Stop
that?
crying. It's okay. Nothing serious, babe.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Listen.
Sigma's okay. Good. Sigma's dead.
Oh, I'm producer for the first time. They give you like 3, like, they show you that you have 3 health spots.
Oh, nice. Oh, I didn't realize he was doing a special, or I would not have got up in his airspace. Junkrat. Okay, Junkrat's a good call.
No! I was being all slick with magic feet.
Somebody on the roof of the jail.
I think it feels like I should be a little bit powerful.
Oh, damn, man, I am terrible. Terrible. That's what they call terrible. Breathe in or breathe down. Hands up or hands down. Back up, back up.
That was pathetic. I don't know how to No.
Coming with my big ass hammer. Oh, I thought there was only 2 people out there. Turns out there was 6.
Oh, I didn't realize they got past the point.
You didn't realize what?
They got past the point. And he's here. Damn it! There's a Roadhog and a Zarya.
Shit, somebody was critical, was chasing.
Almost got the Zarya.
Come on, people. Ah, shit. I put my thing, shoot through my thingy. At least I got my ult off before I died. Here comes Tracer again. What? Are you fudging kidding me? You fudgical.
Oh my god. I just pretty much killed myself. I had a transporter out, but I did not. I'm Mummy Anna! Don't worry. Everything's gonna be okay. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Shit.
A shame that like there's mystery here. It's like nobody's gonna like come back with like an ult or anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Foggy Beach. Holla at me. I got my rose red and my diamond blue. Got my rose red and my diamond blue. Got my rose, the rose, the rose, the rose.
You wanna keep doing
No,
that? Quick play.
Junkenstein's Revenge. Ooh, I got the new Tracer skin.
You can play Tracer in there.
Yeah, I really like that. I had the graffiti skin equipped. I really like that one too. Ain't nothing wrong. If only we could fly. Limp Bizkit style. Can you feel it?
You gonna be Tracer?
Nah, I think probably Soldier is the best bet. My generation.
Are you doing that on purpose?
And we won't ever give a fuck you. You give a fuck about me. My generation. Don't give a fuck, man. We won't ever give a fuck to you. You give a fuck about me. And my generation, we won't. Don't give a fuck, and we won't ever give a fuck to you. You give a fuck about me. And my generation.
What are you saying?
My generation from Limp Bizkit. I get the blame. Do you think we could
I
fly?
don't think I know that.
What? We can fly. Well, I do. I do. I do. I do. Well, Who needs healing? Torbjorn? Oh, what a waste of your ultimate. Torbjorn?
I was saving myself.
No, not you. I'm talking about Torbjorn. He like shot it like
Oh.
in like small little spots on the thing.
Oh, he shot it like way earlier too. Like I think he almost wanted to see how far it
Cause yeah, it was definitely like you want to congest it so like people walk all over it, and
From
it's
5 to 7 p.m. to find out how Villanova can turn your passion into a successful future. All guests will receive an application fee waiver. Step down or visit openhouse.villanova.edu.
I need to no get rid of that. I need more non-copyright music. That was like super copyright music. What do you? Okay, at least it was all in the same area.
I think he just wants to see how far he can go. Because he just did it again.
Yeah, but at least that time it was all like in the same area, so it like covers a good bit of land.
I mean, most of it was on something they can't stand on now. So it was on like that hay or whatever it is.
Hey, have you never been on that side of the bridge? It's like a carriage or a cart.
I don't know what it is. No! Opie, oh for God's sake.
Oh, actually, there is hay in the cart.
He
So.
just picked up Call of Cthulhu.
Well, maybe he's
And now he's fucking trying to fight my controller. Opie. Oh my
he's sick
God.
of playing this game. He wants to play Call of Cthulhu.
He definitely is. Opie, get the
Bad dog.
I love you so
He's a
much. Opie.
bad dog.
He's not a bad dog. You're bad.
Take that,
Opie,
you
are you-
zomnuts.
No. Opie, eat this. I just like felt banging on the back of the couch, and then sure enough, he's fucking eating.
Yeah, he likes to chew the handles to my computer chair. Like the thing that like adjusts the height. Oh, the summoner. Well done, well done. You are welcome, bro.
Yeah, like that. He shot that whole thing on the carrot.
Like he's wasting his ultimate. I mean, it's whatever. It's taken away from his kills, and we're not like in dire straits here. But
Yeah. Yeah, like, are we on
I don't know.
easy? I don't think so, but it's been very easy to kill them.
Yeah, I don't think anything's got through to the door yet. Yeah, he went down super easy. I think we are on. Yeah, because there
we
should
must be on
have been 2 Reapers, right? Or no, that's when Mercy comes.
It's crazy what a difference it
Yeah.
is. It's not like it's like, you know, like the next level down. It seems like it's like way.
Yeah. And we are lighting this fool shite up. Okay, okay, her servants never die. They do today, bitch. Oh shit, me
die.
too.
You fucking grab me. Roadhouse grab me.
Woo! Dab on them, dab on them, dab, dab on them, dab, dab on them.
Disposable happy horseshit that brings up the bile from the backbite. No time ever tolerate shitty whack act like that.
It says win Chungus finds revenge on hard difficulty with no damage to the door. Did you just get that achievement?
Yeah, I think so.
So we were on hard. It's weird. Maybe like someone has like a fucking like shit on. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I forgot my iced tea when I was out there. I guess it's nowhere in sight, and I am ultra thirsty. So one more and we get it. I'm gonna come out and get my iced tea. BRBs.
Yeah, I gotta shower
What'd you say?
and go to bed. I gotta shower and go
So
to
we're gonna
bed.
do.
You wanna try X?
Yeah. Let me get my drink real quick.
What you doing? Are you doing something bad? You look like you're doing something bad. You look like you're up to no good, Opie. We're in. Hello.
Alright, who do we need? Who do we need?
Courtyard.
Okay. There we go. Torbjorn it is. Torbjorn. Torbjorn. Skip it, skip it, skip it, hold it, skip it. Alright. This is expert.
Yep.
Well, we definitely can't have 3 people up here. That's just insane.
I know, we're just chasing
Okay.
where the guys are.
Oh, Chibs just pooped his pants. Damn, I just got so many kills in a row. Holy crap.
Well, because we're all dead.
Yeah, it's gotta be play the game though. I had my ult burning them, and then I just... Oh, I need health. Thank you. Die, mother punks. Molten core. Those bombers are really trying to like...
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot more. That seems to be like what goes up with the difficulty.
Nice. Take that, punk. Punk. Alright, here we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm coming to help.
I lost soldier. I hit it like the same fucking second.
I
Get it.
tried shit.
Get it, guys! Oh. Tried. You cannot ignore these bomb
Yeah.
guys.
It's-
It's always what fucking happens is we let too many of them build up.
yeah, I came down when the what's his name was there, just so I could help with that. I threw my ult up here to cover this while I went down and did that.
Yeah, it's a good move. So proud of himself. Damn, dude. Good job, babe. You pretty much did that by yourself.
Me and my trusty turret. I had to throw a turret down quick, so it's not in the best spot. So I'm gonna move it when I can. Some Junkenstein. Oh, Junkenstein is hunting me and my turret.
Oh, dude, why the fuck were you up there by yourself? You know my controller batteries are low. I'm
Shit.
God, get the little guy. None of them are down yet. Come on, get the little guy.
I need health. Alright,
Here's
thank you.
you.
Oh man, this is intense.
Fuck. Fuck, move.
Okay.
No, we're going right into like Mercy's coming like now.
Alright, here we go. Shit's about to get real.
Alright, so whoever they're focusing on, we focus on first. I'm fucking
Oh
damn
shit, I just
good.
went down too.
I just get sniped. 3 of us are down.
Oh no.
That was fine.
2, 1, and I'm back up.
Okay, we're back.
Oh, it's probably those things blown up by the door.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's got me pinned against the wall. Fudge. Alright, I guess insane is too insane for us. I want to see how many I killed. I seem to be. Yeah, this was it. Just like skull after skull after skull after skull. 246. I still don't feel like that's the highest I've ever had.
Yeah, that wasn't the
86 molten core kills though. Well, that's a lot of.
But you think there'd be more, like, enemies?
Yeah. I got gold across the board. So I guess we do it again on hard or easy just so we can get the last one. And then
Yeah, I know.
you can go to bed. Then I can switch to the.
My eyes are crying so much. It's like so many tears and like my nose is stuffy. Like I'd love to know why that is.
Yeah, I'd like to know why that is too. It's weird that it's just Overwatch that does it to you. Maybe you're allergic to the bullshit.
Maybe.
Uh,
Oh no. Oh no.
Well, Chomper, maybe I could probably, hopefully they're good. But if not, maybe I could pick up their slack with Torbjorn.
Wait, where's the
She's above you. Up there.
Oh.
I fell off. No, no.
It's crazy that like they've never even changed like where the fucking things come from. Like it's always like the same
Yeah.
exact thing. Like this is like the 4th year of it. And they've never changed anything.
Yeah, like it's a good game mode. I enjoy it, but it's like I want something. Add something. I mean, give us this also, but then add like
Right.
a.
On another map?
Yeah. Even if it's the same premise. But yeah, just somewhere else.
Like, does the monster come out of different fucking doors in a different map? Like, that's all you need to do. Or like vampires and Widow on Paris
Yeah.
instead of zombies.
That'd be slick.
Got my face, Reaper. Always come after me, Reaper. I always need to use my fucking special. Stalk me. God, like my tears are like falling down my face. It's like itching my face.
Dun, 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 dun. Alright, coming from my side. Okay, nice. I think Widow got it, so.
I didn't get it, yeah.
Sing the mindfulness of Dr. Junkenstein's creations reminds me of your own.
My eyes are actually getting a little tired.
Is that even possible?
Crying.
They're not crying. Because they're manly eyes. Manly eyes don't cry. Maybe I need to put my glasses on.
I needed to heal myself.
That's all good.
Man. Stupid bomb guys.
Wow.
Yeah. It's another thing too, like when the summoner comes out, like whoever's up there should drop so that like she just stays up there and it's like with the wall and stuff, it's so
Yeah.
hard. There's so many guys up there.
Yeah, no. She's messing up McCree. Alright, nice, we got her. Alright, cool.
I was trying to get the bomb guys.
Dr. Junkenstein himself in his grand appearance. Jemison Junkenstein.
I can't heal you.
Damn, man, that Viking is putting work in. That Viking's a crazy ass mofo. Toot. That's me tooting my own horn, in case you didn't. Okay.
I know. I was gonna say it. I'm like, eh. We all
You
know.
thought my fans are smart enough to pick up on it? Coming from my side? Nice.
Move. Damn, he's hitting me like a lot. He just got me like 3 times in a
Kill
row.
one of the bomber boys.
Getting like stuck on walls. Yeah. I was like moving to this side and then I was going that way. So when I tried to go back, it was like hitting walls and shit. Like, what the fuck is... Damn. I'm gonna die.
Boom!
Nice. I guess Widow got the other two?
No, I got Junkenstein, I believe. I had to focus just on him.
I didn't even see them go down. I was literally about to die.
Rewarding.
So we got the skin.
Boom! Oh, I'm drinking my lava again. So thirsty, man. That lava is so good.
The same play of the game.
It's so good up there. You know what I mean? Because like they just have to come straight ahead.
It's not fucking fair, man. They should really just mix it up a little bit. It's a shame. No one they left without endorsing us.
Well, because they're jerk weeds.
It's so rude.
All damage done, 40,000.
They're just mad because we killed the 2 moles.
Gary Miller, what's
Wait,
up?
what? How much
Buddy,
damage?
almost
Wait, what damage
41,000.
did you do? Holy shit, I had 12 and I was...
Yeah, but you were also a healer, so I almost had 50,000. I did have 50,000 on one of the other games. Oh, I got a gold something. Oh, it's the what's this guy called? The Mystery Man McCree skin. I currently have the lifeguard, which I kind of like. I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna do it. It's new. It's new. I'm gonna put it on. You know what I mean? I gotta be.
I got a zombie for Bastion, and like the bird is a zombie. It's like a zombie.
So that's it. You're done for the night.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for playing with me. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
So Wednesday we'll rewatch Wednesdays and we'll get whatever the thing is.
Yeah, whatever. It doesn't have to just be Wednesday. It can be whatever day. You know what I mean? Like if you want to play a little bit tomorrow, or you want to play some on Friday, or you want to do a special weekend streaming.
Well, because it needs to be like whenever the next week starts.
I see. I see. I see. I see. Alright, so I'm gonna switch to the Apex now. I love you too, babe. Thank you for the games. It was a blast. I'll see you in a few minutes. Alright, here we go. Now we're going to good old faithful the Apex. We gotta stay jacked for the Apex or whatever, you know, whatever the kids say these days. Oh, what's going on? Why won't this reach up here? What's happening? I gotta redo my wires. My wire management is not good. Now I just move my camera. See how it looks. Actually, let me put it on the zoom guy so I can actually see it more easily. I think that's good. Okay. Let's wait for Grimbo to get back though. So what's up, Gary? How is life? What's going on? There we go. Bam, now it's all spooky and scary and better stream quality, I think. So they say. Yeah. Ooh, Shadowfall. Let me try that real quick while I'm waiting for the Grimbo. The Grimbo to get though. I have never done it before, so we shall see. Because I want all these skins. I definitely want this skin. Bam. That's pretty badass. That's pretty cool. I like it, I guess. I do like that. Plus Ultra. Three knockdowns in the tree. Top 5 and 10 ranked matches. 5 knockdowns. Did that. Halfway through, 5,000 damage with those characters. 5 survey beacons. Not even close to 300 knocks damage. Caustic. I need 10 headshots with a 301. Should all be doable. We shall see though. Oh, I gotta put up my Twitch also. So I can make clips easily. Oh, not who I want to be. Crap, I want to be crypto. So I could scan and... Deadpool Rising. Ooh, spooky, spooky, spooky. I don't know. I don't know, man. This is, I don't know. Dead legends respawn as shadows. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's all smoky over here. I miss you, Kings Canyon. All the memories. Pop that in my ultimate real quick. I mean, the audio seems kind of messed up. Oh, what the f- oh, that like scared the crap out of me. Oh my god, that like literally scared the freaking bejesus out of me. Oh man. Scary stuff, man. I need a bag. Are there bags? Do I have a bag? Damn! Alright, I get to play as a zombie. Okay. Alright. Ooh, that's... I don't know what that means. Alright, that means zombies were killed. That means a live person was killed. Okay. And I do enjoy the speed. That's my box. Let me just kill a zombie over here. Or a shadow. Yep, over there. What, that leaf was a person? Dang, this is tough. Don't hear any gunshots or anything. Oh, there's a buddy. Hey, buddy. Yeah.
I'm getting in the shower. Gotta get Opie to be in supervise. He's in the fluid.
You should put him in the room, or... Because I got Chibs in here. Okay, so now they gotta go to the evac. Okay. Oh, are you kidding me? Damn, man. Chibs is coming out. Chibs, stay. Okay. I mean, that was interesting. It was different. I'm not mad at it. I kind of like it. I wonder where he went. I wonder if he left and is just smoking now, or... definitely want to. Was both the Legend and the Shadow. Kill 50 Legends and Shadowfall. Probably get that 301 skin pretty easily. Just go straight for bins. We got him big dead, bro. Where's a good bunch of bins to loot? The octane thing?
Considering a graduate program, consider Westchester University. WCU offers
Oh wait, they got rid of the...
training, development, and regional training in every
What's it called?
with more than 80 graduate options. You'll find a program to fit your interests
So this is probably not the best place to go. I need bins, man. Got a pretty good 301 skin now, but I really like that other one.
30 to 7 p.m. Click the banner to learn more.
There we go. It took me forever to pick that up. Now you can see where shadows jump in at. Bags are tough to find, I guess. Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna go to Thunderdome. 3 bins on the way to Thunderdome. And then there's a bunch of bins at Thunderdome. was that? That's a door or something. Damn, man. That's how the bunker looks like. Ah, come on, man. Alright, here we go. Uh-oh. Damn. Oh, that mofo and bunker. I want that mofo. Damn, man. Alright, I'm done. I'm done going for the bunker, bitch. We just killed this zombie over here. Ah, man. Ooh. Victorious, we are. Victorious. Oh, my stomach hurts. I'll be right back. I bet. Sorry. Yeah, I just noticed that my BRB screen is not working. That's weird. Yo, yo, yo. What's crappin'?
Yo, 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 yo.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Yeah.
The sky.
Nothing. Just playing some game. You ready to
Yeah,
play?
whenever you are. I'm in your lobby. Take your time. Take your time. I'm gonna go over, see if I can find.
Well, I already dropped all my stuff. Get them on the ground.
Yeah, my bad. I unplugged my mic. My bad.
Zero.
Mr. Zero is here in that hero house.
Mr. Hero Zero.
Oh, child. Or whatever they say. I feel like somebody says something like that.
What are you, like a 6-year-old?
I mean, kind of fucked up for you to stereotype that, but the answer is yes. Okay, so this.
You guys, if you both play, I haven't played that zombie mode yet. If you both play, I know you played.
Yeah, I just played a little bit. It's decent.
Oh, look at Joe, the champion.
How's the champion?
Yeah.
How's I the champion? I didn't win anything.
I don't know, but we're going to hell, bruh.
Okay, I'm very confused.
Guess we're playing a bunch of
I mean,
Ludo.
I mean,
I guess I'll play a game of that zombie shit.
yeah, it's pretty interesting.
No,
I suck at it, but it's pretty interesting.
yeah, I was playing a little bit earlier. The first day I played, I kept being on like the final 10, you know, but then and getting kills. But like I played today, and I don't think I killed a single regular.
Neither did I.
opponent, you
I
know?
killed a couple zombies the first
right.
one. My first game.
And then, oh my god. And then I kept being the zombie for like a long ass time, and it seemed like fucking. I was having enough skill for it. It's like,
Yeah.
It's funny.
I would die instantly. I mean, I would get a few kills, but like I would die so fast. I'm like, oh, fuck all that.
Fuck all that noise.
So it counts as a win if the zombies win.
Yeah, if you're a zombie and you guys win.
I mean, count for you.
Every
if you're on a zombie.
every time I played today, at least the zombies kept winning. I was killing a lot of people as a zombie.
Yeah. Okay. It's taking a minute to throw me in a game of it.
We vest in her. Monkey. Whatever the fuck that guy is in there.
I need a bag. Look, I couldn't find a bag to save my life in the zombie game either. Found one in like the second game I played.
Yeah, I
That
don't
was
know
it.
that either.
Oh shit.
You paying back?
No, I said I need a backpack.
Is that what you said? Oh. Your character said something. I didn't know what
Yeah.
it was. Thought about
No.
getting a backpack.
He said, I need a backpack.
We talk things in Asian gibberish, so I couldn't
I
understand.
mean, I don't think that's what happened, but probably pretty close.
A bunch of
Yeah, I dropped my energy ammo, not realizing I had a Havoc as my second gun. I kept my heavy and dropped my energy, and I was like, oh shit. So now I'm looking for a heavy. I guess I don't really need to. I have enough light to run double light, so I could technically.
That's gay. What the fuck? Oh my god. Come on, dude.
Yeah, what's happening?
I did my thing and my jump pad and I missed it. So I tried to back up so I could use it, and then I accidentally stepped on it backing up, and then it just flung me into the lava. It was straight up not a good time.
I got a blue stabilizer if you need it. I can pick it up. Okay.
Yeah, I could use it.
Yeah.
You have room for it?
Do you need heavy ammo or a blue heavy clip? I have to drop one of them to pick.
Yes, I could use
Well, I
both.
can only carry one. So it's either blue stabilizer, blue heavy
Alright,
clip.
I'll fly back. I'm on the blue.
Okay.
I'm just flying back. But we haven't
Alright, then
fought
I'm
it
dropping
yet.
it all here.
We should really get moving.
Alright, so it's right there with that heavy ammo.
And there's a white stabilizer. Oh wait, no, I'm gonna get on my other gun. Yeah, maybe I'll fucking
What's-
spitfire a little bit this game.
What's this damn symbol that looks like some wings
That's-
and shit? Is that
Yes,
way
that's
to
when a
kill?
regular person gets killed. The red skull is when a zombie gets killed. So if you see a zombie gets killed, there's a
Oh,
regular
no.
person near that.
Yeah, and then when you're flying down where the red squiggly thing with the spiral, that is where you got killed. So you can go back. I would do that. If somebody killed me, I'd go back and I'd kill them. Then you get like a
Alright.
retribution thing.
Well, I never tried that. I didn't get cool stuff. Yeah, my volume's all messed up.
Select fire. Oh,
Oh,
there's a bunch of boxes.
alright, I still need a bag.
Can't find any
Bag
blue
yet?
water to save my life on here.
Don't you have a white
No, I
bag?
don't have any bag. I don't have any bag. Missing a bag this whole game.
Oh my god, if I miss another fucking jump pad.
You gotta throw it out further. You gotta give it time to open up.
Yeah.
If you get a kill
Ah,
on this,
the
it's a
train
kill.
pulling.
Right, it's not. I mean, if you kill a zombie,
Yeah.
it doesn't count
It's
as
a
kill,
real
does it?
kill.
Or does it? Okay.
Yeah, I
Man,
did
that guy
one
was
game
weak as
Yeah,
fuck.
they only have like
that I
25
was
health
like
or something.
one of the first people to go down. I think I might have been the first person to go down, and I did 1,000 something damage just as a
Uh-huh.
zombie guy.
Whoa.
Noise.
I'm like, what the fucking fuck?
Okay, Monkey Bone, I'm coming, Monkey Bone. Monkey Bone saw a bad guy.
All the damn movies to name your Xbox Live handle after.
Wow, what's a Monkey Bone?
Some kind
Lava?
of shitty Brendan Fraser movie.
The movie called
Can't
Monkey
even
Bone?
Yeah, it's like, I want to say late 90s or something.
Oh shit, I gotta heal up. Fuck that. Alright, I'm gonna do one syringe and then I'm coming. Yeah, I'm burning his ass.
Somebody's coming in above you.
Yeah, it's the whole this squad here. There's so many.
Mother fudger. I'm a down.
Ah, that's the one guy. The other guy. I didn't know his life. I'm not shit.
Ooh, I'm down to 15 legends, boys.
Very nice.
1 kill.
Oh shit.
Oh, where you at, kid? I hear you. Oh, you want some of this?
Indeed he does. Indeed he does.
Just got smoked.
Yeah, smoke like it's 420, ho bag. I need to go grab another box. Look like that.
Shit. Oh no, what? Oh fuck. I guess zombies got...
Like 25 health.
Damn, I didn't make it top 10. I made it to 13.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, I hit a guy with 2 alternator rounds, so I did 24. That's okay.
But now you're a zombie for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Damn, so 1 point shy, that's
Yeah.
yeah, so
They
you
do
do
run
150
fast.
damage, right? So this one game, I still recorded a clip. I dropped down as a zombie. I hit this lifeline 3 fucking times. And I heard the noise every time I hit her. Anybody should be taken down in 2, but I heard it 3 fucking times. And she still didn't die.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
I mean, it's debatable that the 3rd one, it might have been, you know, I definitely heard the noise, but it could have been like, oh, that was lag.
Yeah.
So, you know, whatever. But the 2 before that should have 100% fucking killed her. That's 300 damage. I should have taken a clip and posted it on, like...
Yeah, be like, Apex, your fucking shit is fucked.
It was bullshit. Ooh,
Yeah.
gold motherfucking armor. Oh, God. Oh, God. Do cool stuff. Do cool stuff, guys. Do cool stuff. I don't have a gun yet. Shit, oh, my God. I'm like zipping to some dude shooting at me. Fuck. I'm gonna run over here to look for a gun.
Yeah, I just picked up a gun and I don't have a vest yet. Oh, this gas trap put me down, but I downed the caustic.
Alright.
Oh, they're getting them up.
Coming. Like a few bullets.
They're up there.
Ping 'em. I don't know where, who's...
At least they were up there.
Where's what?
That's
Alright,
our
who's this guy?
third.
I'll pick him up. That's our teammate.
I'm going in the car on the back side of that. Okay.
There's a vest in there.
Yeah.
Oh, teammate got it. Yeah, I only have 1 gun. Maybe we should go somewhere and look for stuff.
Yeah, teammate's leaving.
Looks like bullets.
This shit's about over when you guys are done with it.
Okay.
There's an alternator over here.
Yeah, I got 2 guns. Ooh, a vest. Thanks for pinging that vest, dipshit. Alright, I'm throwing out my drone. Because if we can get in here and third party some of these mofos, we can get a bunch of loot. Oh, there's like 4 boxes over here.
There's one dude that's on that roof.
I see 3 people
Oh,
right there.
victorious.
And they're with like 4 boxes.
Oh, shit. Oh, and there's one right here. Shit.
Oh, there's somebody in the repair thing too.
Damn, I was getting sniped in the back. I didn't realize it. Fuck. My shield's gone.
No.
Yo, I was champion of the...
Nice. Put her down just barely.
team it.
I'm down, motherfucker. They got him out, teammate, yes. Oh, but they got down.
Yeah, that was me.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah.
That was you. Come on, Ice-T. Yeah, Ice-T. Get us up, homie.
Yeah, survive the game.
Nice. What's up, Blade? What's
up, lady?
happening? Oh shit! Fuck!
Yeah, what's going on, yo?
We got another motherfucker. He left. Oh, he killed Ice-T.
I was thinking about changing my gamer tag, but I wanted to see if I could get one of the original members, see if I could get the approval of one of the original members of DLG, if I could change my gamer tag.
To what? ZLG something? Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know if I
Yeah.
was still part of it or not, considering I ain't
Dude,
been around
nobody's
so
been
long.
around. It's
I'm on my
basically
dad.
me and Zed that are, you know what I mean, trying to do shit with it. You know what I mean?
Because I was going to
you
do,
back here?
I was
Nah,
going to
that's
change my
DLG.
gamer tag to ZLG Crazy Ninja.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not
Yeah,
you.
nah, I'm a box. Yeah. Yeah, if you want.
Oh, you got a box? Oh, fuck. It's over there.
Ah, shit, that sucked.
Oh, teammate.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely, yeah, if you want to change it, you go right ahead. It's, I mean, like, when, Bless comes out, hopefully some people will be playing that. But other than that, I mean, I don't know.
Have you looked into Atlas?
Yeah, I downloaded the free trial or whatever, but I didn't play yet.
I get that.
So
Yeah, I was thinking about
after you told me that, I looked.
I wanted to get into it.
I
but
couldn't find it on the store for like days. Like when you told me, oh, it's coming out like the 8th.
Yeah,
I couldn't.
It didn't drop until the 8th. That was the issue. Because it was only a PC game, so they didn't even have it listed until the 8th, until like 8 days later on the fucking Xbox store. Like it wasn't even in the Xbox
Right.
store. You couldn't find it. The only thing I found was like the Atlas guide.
See, I couldn't even find that. I found like other games that had Atlas in it. I found like articles that talked about it.
Oh, you won't switch to rank?
Yeah, he just stepped out. Bathroom, I think. Yeah, so I found articles talking about it coming out on the 8th, but I couldn't, like if I Googled it, but I couldn't find the game itself. Yeah, you want to switch to rank, Grim?
Yeah, sure.
And then, but yeah, then I did see and I downloaded the free trial. So, and it's cross-platform, so I got it on the PC. I updated everything. So,
Could you unready real quick? I'm opening Apex back.
well, you could unready, bro.
Well, I already opened.
Well, I'm already ready up. We're already in a match.
Alright, go ahead. I'm good.
Oh.
But yeah, I'm down for
Dude,
it.
I've been playing a lot of Ark lately. Trying to like.
It's a
better
lot
at
like
this.
that. At least it was when I played it months ago. Oh, nice. I was looking for these.
So, and I was gonna like ask you the one night. I was like, hey, you want to try and get into some Ark with me? But I didn't know if you liked it or not. And then I see you always on Apex. So I was like, I don't know
Yeah,
if I
Apex
really
is
think
my
so.
shit.
More food.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Ark is still downloaded. Yeah, I'm down to give that a go. Because what's it called is a lot like it.
Do you have it, Grim?
Does he have Ark? I don't think so. And he's not going to be
Yeah.
playing anything besides
Does he have
besides
Game Pass?
Apex.
Oh, sorry, dude. I was looking at something I wasn't listening. I didn't notice you were
No,
talking
no,
to me.
he was talking to Grim. But Grim's not playing anything besides
Oh, what? Oh, I missed
besides
it.
Apex.
I was reading my schedule for work. What'd you say?
Blade asked if you had Arc, and then asked if you had Game Pass, and I said, I don't know about Game Pass. He doesn't have Arc, and he's not playing anything besides Apex.
Yeah, I do have Game Pass.
Because Arc
And
is
you
free
said I
at
do
Game
have
Pass.
Arc? Is that what you
Yeah, he asked if you had it.
Well,
I mean,
Arc
if
is
I-
free
yeah.
with Game Pass.
Yeah, I have
So-
Game Pass. What is
It's
Arc?
like a survival
It's
thing, survival game.
You play Conan, right?
I did, he didn't.
Nah, not that it-
Okay. I was gonna say it's like a weaker version
Yeah.
of Conan. Minus the music
Yeah.
of all the titties bouncing around.
Minus the titties?
Minus the titties.
that's
It-
Yeah, it's minus the titties.
It is the best part.
It's Conan
Yeah.
minus the titties. Yeah, I think I lost Grim with the minus
Yeah,
the
he's like-
titties part.
Well, he doesn't
Oh, you
do much besides Apex these days.
Yeah.
If they took the titties out, then I'm good.
Well, it was out before the titties.
Yeah,
I
they
see
took
somebody
all the
right
titties.
here.
Alright, I'm going out the window.
I'm coming, Grim.
They took the titty, the whole titty, and nothing but the
She
titty.
just
out.
She's right here. And I missed all my shots.
There's somebody else up here. I'm gonna
Alright, she's down. Good shit.
I got her.
Oh, somebody's sniping from...
somebody's dead that was sniping. There's still another guy up here. Did you down that bitch?
I'm coming back, Grim.
Yeah.
Joe down. We were down 2 so far.
Okay, then that's probably last.
Alright, I need to heal up.
Right? They turned into box?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I killed the one that you downed and Zero finished off the Wraith, I believe.
Well, there was 2 people up with
Yeah,
me. I
you...
thought- When you said 2, I thought you
No,
both
you
did
down...
2. There's somebody right
No, we
here.
both did 1.
So 3 people. You
No,
said
I only saw 2 people.
I've got to kill.
I got a kill. I saw when you were fighting person down, right before I shot the dude in the back, there was somebody behind me.
Okay, yeah, that guy I didn't see.
There's another guy. 2 guys. 2 guys. This guy's got his shield broke. Yeah, one
Got
more.
this guy.
There's a fast guy over here. Oh, I hear somebody getting up.
Yeah, I don't know where he
Oh,
went.
behind us. That's
Broke good shield.
He must have ran around. Unless it's a third.
Somebody
guy.
right here. 2 people right here.
I feel like Joe has gotten so much better at gaming since he had the good game.
Better at gaming? Nah, dude, I fucking
Oh, I'm getting
suck.
shot from up top.
I am garbage. I have some fancy moves, but for the most part, I'm just garbage.
Fancy moves?
They're
Yeah,
on
okay, I'm
Joe
seeing
now.
you literally beat the shit out of niggas.
Ah, I almost had him. Locked on the head.
Yeah, no. Sometimes it's I get some good moves, but not for the most part. It's I shoot circles around people usually. That's what I do.
I don't know. I feel like we all have a tendency to think that our worst performance is kind of. We kind of feel like that's the dominant part when it's more of an even thing.
Oh, that's what I was
Till
gonna
you
tell
get
him. Like,
big dick energy.
I see him on like Instagram and shit. He'd be like just run up and just steady beating the shit out of motherfuckers. And he's like, oh, look, like you're like running around with no gun, just one piece of armor.
We had 5 seconds earlier.
Hey, you're
So
running with
basically, I don't know, we just missed the 5.
you're fucking
It's like,
lying.
what? Like, no, I can't do that. We need to talk to him. No. And
I
I
see
was
what
Well-
you're doing, man.
it's like, it's not good.
Yeah, you definitely pulled off a good game. But of course, you only put the highlights on
Like,
that.
Mike D
No.
actually is.
So it's
No.
not.
Duh, that's what you're supposed to do.
No, it's
But yeah. Yeah.
Why
you-
is it
If I
weird
put
to
on my
play that?
regular
Here's my
game,
opinion. My opinion doesn't matter.
You weren't there either.
Hey,
Everybody
you
would
know,
tell you it's not. You would have said something.
if I put on my regular
Where is
game,
it?
this
More than one take.
What was more one thing?
dude shoots like 100
Spilled
kills.
bird.
He
kind
does
of bird?
One take.
What do you?
Luna, did you
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
mouth in Cookie Monster's mouth and puke?
Yeah,
But anyway, yeah, I was talking to Kim, but I was listening. No, see that stuff that becomes so it's like a 6-hour stream, and I have one move where I slide in and drop kick somebody, and then that becomes the clip. You know what I mean? And then another day I have a 6-hour stream, and I have a move where they come at me with like an energy gun, and I just yell "Kung Fu bitch" as I punch and kick them to death. And then that becomes the clip.
That's about right.
Yeah, sometimes I go 6-hour stream and I don't have anything to make a clip. And then sometimes I go and I have like the one Friday we were playing and I had I don't know, I was able to make like 5 clips out of it. Yeah.
did you clip that one thing for me the other day?
No, what thing? I don't think so.
I don't know. I did something. I remember asking like, "Oh, can you clip that for me?"
The only thing I remember was something and Zero told you to hit your Xbox button and do that.
Yeah, I can't remember what.
And then I said, well, that's why you should be streaming because then you can make it from Twitch.
Oh, and I thought.
No,
you did it for me.
I don't see your gameplay. You have to do it.
You were both boxers.
You're not the
so-
big
No, I
guy
don't
for that,
think
man.
so.
Oh man, the counting's some big dogs now. You don't do shit.
It was, that's what it was. It was when you guys were both down as boxers, and I came in and killed everybody. That's what it was. That's why I said
Yeah, that sounds
because
right.
you could see it.
It was awesome. I remember.
I don't
just
remember
been
that.
So long. I slept since then.
I don't know. I don't remember.
He did something badass. I
It might
remember
even been
that. I was like,
yesterday.
I should
It might
record
even
that.
have just been yesterday.
Well, if you don't remember it being yesterday, then I don't remember it being yesterday.
It was recently. It was like.
Must not have been yesterday.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a desk pop.
Why are you doing desk balls?
Huh.
Okay, I had to see. I see how,
Everybody
see
does
how that
desktop
happened, yeah,
stuff.
with the
Ah.
snake fire. Yeah. We honor the flag, and you piss on it when you don't fire your gun at your desk.
Oh shit. I don't care who y'all that thunder out there.
Oh god, hurry y'all.
Kim, I do not have a lot of energy or light ammo.
I think there's people in my building. Yeah, there is for sure. He's zipping up to the top or some shit.
Alright, I'm coming to your building.
Oh yeah, they're shooting ammo.
I'm going with no reckless abandon.
Or they're on the roof.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Hit them for 9. There's somebody up there. Supplies, motherfucker. Some fries, motherfucker.
It's a window, but it looks they're getting them up.
Yeah, we're on the ground floor.
Right here. Heroes up there.
Two guys.
First thing I did, I died for being an idiot. It looked like it was like a room, and I kept trying to run into it while it's shooting me, and apparently it was just a window.
Good job. That's weird because
Yeah.
I don't think there's windows in that building. I think that building's all construction. So I'd like to see what you're running into.
You want me to
Yeah, clip it, clip it, clip it. Clip it, 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 clip it.
Capture what happened.
Clip it. You gotta clip it. Well, I don't want him to come to me in like 2 days and be like, remember that thing you were supposed to clip for me and you didn't?
How do you not even remember?
I don't.
I remember what it was now. We were in one of the urban areas. That
Right.
call them, and you and Zero got down, and I ran over, and I remember there was a Bangalore, and then by the time I came over, you guys were dead. And then there was a Bangalore, and there was smoke everywhere, and I was hiding behind something. I was like, I'm gonna wait till she released the box. And then
Oh,
I
yeah, I
shot her
remember
to
that.
death. Then I fought some other dude, and then I went in, and then the other guy came. I went in and popped one shield cell, and then came out and then killed the third guy while I was trying to get someone else up. That's what it was. I can picture.
Yeah, no, I don't remember. But if I come across it when I'm looking through the streams, I'll
And
clip
that's
it.
why I was like, I saved the day, and then later you're like saying you saved the day for other stuff. So it was like
No, yeah, no. That time when that happened, you said you saved the day. I was still up, and I'm like, you didn't save the day, like because I was there and I was helping.
I mean, I said
It was Zero said something about you, and I'm like, yeah, it wasn't just him. We were in a building. We were fighting on the steps, and I'm like, that wasn't just him. Like I was here.
Yeah,
No,
that
I don't
wasn't
even
what I
remember
said.
that
That was
part.
just something Zero said. That wasn't. He didn't even say save the day.
No, I don't think so.
Your memory.
We gotta go back
see
to
something
the,
in
we gotta
here.
go back to the recording of the stream. And
Yeah, I will.
He did. I remember that.
That was yesterday.
About me
Or
and
that was
you shot
Monday.
somebody, and then Zero is like, room's tearing up. You're like, I was moving too. But that wasn't a save the day thing. That was
I know we'll have to check the tapes.
This is like one of those episodes of a sitcom where like multiple characters recall a story and they're all
Yeah, I mean, but
yeah. That's what it's
I mean, we'll check the tapes. I'll check the tapes tonight.
go to the
You know what?
the
You know why
VHS
I'm laughing
of this
so
shit.
hard, Joe? Because I remember if you would have been here when us three were having our conversations, we were all playing fucking what was that fucking game we always play?
Division?
The Division. Yeah. He'd have been like, Jesus Christ, your fucking conversation.
Yeah. Now I know that my memory is shot, but
It might even been yesterday. I can't remember.
What time? 7:30.
I just
Okay.
remember it wasn't today.
Our fucking
Feet
conversations
up, yep.
with that, with fucking Division. was
Free
like,
OP.
I'm here.
Okay. Alright, I thought that was Zero. He just ran right by me. He ran right by me. I thought that was Zero. I like didn't do anything at first because like why would some fucking rando like not kill me in the back?
Right.
You just you almost just got
That was
called
fucking
random,
crazy.
man. How do you feel?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a thing here. There's a shield there. Yeah.
Oh, that's. Oh, you're down here.
Come on,
So where's these other two guys
Right.
from that?
I found a
fucking
wingman.
team?
I'm gonna see if I can.
Alright, there's shooting going on out here.
I'm right behind you.
Alright. I'm going up to the roof on the way out. Oh, here's someone zipping. Oh, they're right there.
They're on the roof.
They're on the rope.
Coming up behind you.
Okay, I'm coming back to the
Broke the shield. There's two of them here.
I'm down.
Shit.
Yep. The robot was
Oh, the Gibraltar's killing me. Fuck, I'm down. The robot's down. It's just the Gibraltar.
Gibraltar. That's crazy. That's my dude that I always used to
Get
love.
him. Get him. He's
Where's
down.
the
The
other
robot's
guy?
already down.
I don't think I ever used anyone else.
Yeah, fucked him up. I got him. I'll get him up faster. Okay.
Oh, okay, okay.
Give your health drone.
Yeah.
man? I don't have any shit.
Here's a shield. Oh, here's somebody else.
Alright.
Here's somebody else.
You got shield cells, Grim?
Hang him if you see him. I have one big one.
There's
Here.
a,
Grab
there's
the
a
one
lot
out
shield
of the
in
box.
there.
That is
Yeah.
small. Okay. Cool.
Yep.
Thank you.
They're coming up. I think they're right below us.
Yeah, I hear the footsteps. Oh shit.
He's almost dead.
I went to the wrong side of the building.
There's a Mirage too, I think. Where's the Mirage? Or Birdman. There, it was Birdman. I'm sorry. I was this on.
Shitting on these kids.
But these kids
Hey, I'm
like
gonna-
shit because they're getting it.
That's right.
Was there only two with these ones?
Did they turn straight to boxes?
The last one.
Here,
did.
Grim, I'm gonna drop my drone.
I just didn't know if there's a
Here,
third guy
Grim,
somewhere else.
Grim,
Oh yeah,
Grim.
we never looted the boxes. You guys looted the boxes outside.
I looted the Gibraltar's box. I don't know where the robot's box went.
Here's somebody zipping.
These might have been the other two for the
No,
for
you're
the
right.
Gibraltar. Because one's a robot, so the Birdman might have got the robot up.
Ah, Caustic.
No.
You got Caustic?
Nope,
Crap.
not that I saw.
The robot last I saw him was on this side of the building. He was actually crawling on the top of these bits.
That was. Oh
So
yeah. I
his
don't know where
box
the
is
fuck it is.
probably somewhere around here. I don't know. I don't see it. Maybe
We killed a
whoever
robot down the
looted it
stairs
later.
there.
Yeah, there was a robot on the stairs. So that's what I was saying. Like the robot on the.
No, not that. Oh, you said
Yeah.
they got him up. No, but everybody turned the box.
Right, but they might have been the teammates of the Gibraltar. So I downed the robot, and then the Gibraltar downed me, Zero downed the Gibraltar, and then got us up. We couldn't find the robot.
Oh,
Oh,
I
we need to
I
go
thought
the opposite
the
direction.
robot was
sure.
down, the Gibraltar was down. We finished the whole squad. That's
No.
what I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. So yeah, maybe we sent squad the whole time. Quite possible. That makes
No,
sense.
we killed like. There was.
I
dead
have
bosses
one
in
kill.
that
What do you
one
got?
room.
I don't have any.
You guys have. So you have
We've
two,
killed
I
4
guess?
people. I've got 3. We've killed 4 people.
So I don't know how that works. Somebody came by himself. I don't know.
I mean, wait, Joe, did you say you had
0.
0. 0 hours. Close.
Boom, 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 boom.
I'm sorry, looted. Nothing up here. Oh, white barrel stabilizer. Take that shit.
Oh yeah.
No one's seen a double tap or anything? Because a double tap would be sweet.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one this game.
I could use one for my
I
thing.
did have 2, but I threw them into the lobby.
Alright, cool, cool. That's actually what I was gonna do with it if I found one, so I appreciate it.
You're fine.
Alright, I'm gonna call my special in.
No,
Back
you're
behind
fine.
this ice rock.
Okay.
Are you back with your girl?
Oh, somebody shot you.
Okay, then I'll do this later.
Huh?
Double tap, motherfucker.
In this region.
Alright.
Double tap.
Yeah, I just dibbed it, but we got people throwing ults at us. Let's get inside.
All the way back there.
That's because they're all the way back here.
Well, they just threw. Oh goddamn!
Oh yeah,
Right
that
up there.
far.
On the fucking rock.
I'll suppress them. I'll draw the aggro. So they're not paying attention to you guys. Yeah, there's at least 2 of them up there.
Yeah, I don't have any sights. Broke one guy's shield and hit him for like 60 damage after that.
Ooh,
We should,
I hit him
we
for about
probably should have
41
pushed.
down the hill.
As soon as Grim gets here, we'll do some damage and we'll push. Do you got a zip line?
Oh, I was suppressing
Oh.
them.
I thought I.
Okay, hold on. Wait, let's.
Alright, you want to push them? I'll kick it off. I'll
With this
climb up there.
group?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't past it. I see them. They're running through this way. They're escaping. Bitch ass hoes.
Bitch mode.
They're right up top of this rock.
Caustic just uses special. Shit, can I even get up here? I'm trying to follow Zero. He's like leading me into like a nothingness.
Yeah, I'm not making it either.
I'm fucking dead. Guess they're all just on this. I guess 2 of them are.
I'm with you, man.
Nice.
Got one.
Shit, and the ring's moving, so we gotta get.
Oh, this other guy's almost fucking dead. And I'm almost out of fucking ammo.
Nice, we gotta run. We gotta run. Oh shit, I don't have any fucking heals.
Shit.
You need
I
to
know,
heal.
I just have a fucking Phoenix kit.
Shit.
I'll run more right. You're not running directly into
Thanks.
the circle. Yeah.
Hopefully I don't run into anybody before this.
Yeah, 'cause if you get caught in the storm, you're fucked. You don't have 10 seconds to pop
I've
that
got
beam.
I've got some kind of heals.
No heals over here.
Slide down the hill. Oh, you're.
Oh, you're right in the
Okay.
circle now. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna
Oh,
get
you're the
smoke
heal.
cigarette.
Oh,
There's no
Okay.
things
Okay.
left. So
Alright.
here you go, Joe. Oh, you. I'm gonna get.
Alright, thank you. Appreciate that. Alright, I'm gonna call my thing as soon as we get out of this tunnel. Actually, I'm gonna call it right here. On the back side of the tunnel.
You got any heavy ammo? Joe?
I do not. All I have is light.
I'll swap it for some other shit.
You need light ammo?
Yeah, that'll. Got this sweet P2020.
Alright. Well, here, give me the P2020. Take my scout.
Okay. Thank you.
Alright.
Do you need this? Do you have?
Yeah, I got a
decent gun?
99.
Okay. I'll keep this side on the scout. It's 2x.
Oh, here you go. There's 55 heavy ammo there.
Oh well. Here, I'll give you your scout.
I, I know you still have a 2x there.
Oh well, thank you. I'm gonna go get that pistol back. It'll just
Okay.
take a sec.
Oh, someone's zipping?
Come to me. Come to Papa.
I'm here, Papa. I'm here. Alright, so it could have been any one of those fucking zip lines. I said we just
Oh, hell
run
yeah.
to the circle.
Yeah, I'll just. Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm gonna go through the construction, see if there's anything cool to loot. Oh, someone's
I
shooting.
think, yeah, she
Somebody
face
shooting at us
planted
now?
the fucking couch, didn't you?
Oh, I think I saw somebody.
Let me see. Let me see.
Yeah, like where you're looking at.
You're okay.
Oh, he set up the zip line. Yeah.
Take the zip.
You're okay. She had blooded the fucking couch. She was trying to climb on the bear and then
Oh, shit.
spun around and
Found him.
fucking face planted the couch.
Nice.
Huh?
Thank you, sir. My accuracy is total garbo.
Hey, look. A Sesame Street. Look at Sesame
Will
Street.
nobody
Look at
drop
Elbow.
some fucking heavy ammo?
Look at Elbow.
Oh shit! It's another robot. Oh, it's a full team. It's a full team.
Where at? Oh, there
I
was
was
one squad.
more than a squad. You downed the robot, right?
I
Oh.
almost did, but he had two other dudes.
Yeah, I saw those, and then I thought I saw a fourth guy running up behind them. But I guess I thought the robot went down, so I guess the robot didn't go down, and one of them was him.
Yeah, he almost did. I popped him with a. He had to be almost dead. I got me up here.
Already. Shit. Shit, I gotta go look for, I gotta go free the dog and look for my Kinect. I'll be right back.
Wait, Grim's in a match? Oh, he's still in our match. So that's you, Grim? You back?
I guess not. I saw you guys popping up. I thought it was go time. But I'm still looking for this thing. So
Oh,
I'll be right back.
okay.
Found it. Because yeah, it would save me a lot of effort if I could figure out how to set this up. Shit, I don't know if I can. I thought I read somewhere that I could. Actually, you know what? I gotta go potty. So while he's doing whatever he's doing, I'm gonna go do that. And I'll be back.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop out of this so you guys can play if he gets back on Friday. Yeah, I'll be just a couple minutes. BRB.
Hey, Graham.
Mhm.
Joe just went to the bathroom a minute.
Why is he not in the lobby?
Well, oh wait, you want to play a regular game? He said if you came back and he wanted to play a regular game, just go ahead. He'd just be a couple minutes. I think maybe he had to drop off the kids at the
Drop a
pool or
deuce.
something. Yeah.
Proud. How'd you guys do?
Oh, pretty good. We were like number 7 or 6 or something. But we ran into like four more people at once and got killed.
Get any more kills?
Yeah, I had like 5 kills or something.
I do have to play at least one game as crypto. Because I play it now.
As,
Joe's
what you need to
all
be?
cryptoed out.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta just, it's one of my dailies, just play one crypto game.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like I couldn't have been Mirage anyway. Teammate took him. Oh, he's champion. No, never mind. That's our squad. Yep, we're not champions. Nope. What's that screaming? Is that at your house?
Here?
Oh, yes, that's right. Are you back with your girl? Is that the kids I'm hearing?
Well, I'm with my girl up in Ohio.
In Ohio. I didn't know.
I moved with her.
I haven't talked to
why I
her in
really
a
haven't
while.
been
I thought I remember you guys broke up last or something. I wasn't sure. It's been a while since
we were almost, we were about to, but then we didn't.
okay. Make this shit.
Oh, hey.
Dudes
the-
are on the other end of the train.
Alright, I don't have a gun. I see them.
don't either.
They're right
Dave.
in that car.
Hey, babe.
They ran away.
Oh, excellent.
Babe. Where's their big stuff? Are they still upstairs?
Yup.
I'm trying to get a gun.
Okay.
I was trying to send out a
Oh,
decoy and I'm
shit.
like loading up like fucking my bot and shit, getting all fucked up. Oh, come on, real guns. Come on, real guns. You can do this, real guns. They're on the other side.
Dude, I
over
can't
there.
find a gun. I can't find a gun to save my fucking life.
I have
Hey, look.
I'll give you
Look what I'm
one.
getting.
Oh, I just found a 2020.
Oh, come on, Ben. No, don't go away, Ben.
I'm talking to Joe in now.
Need you.
But, look.
Oh,
Look what I'm
goddamn.
getting.
Who's firing
I'm
at me?
looking for a real gun. Hold on.
I'm dead.
Shit.
There's a
I'm coming. Hold on.
Stay
I
go.
just got a
Look.
havoc.
There's two. No, there's just one guy right here.
There's a level. And right roaming around over here, there's
Oh,
a
there's
level
two guys right here.
156 tech parasaur. But look at this. It's been like fucking 10 minutes.
It's like another squad shooting at him. Oh, I see them. You suck ass,
Grim.
bitch.
Grim, you're the champion of
I'm doing
stealthing
the
up on
shit.
motherfuckers while they're
I'm
picking
doing
up
the
their...
shit, bro. I'm doing the shit. I ran out of havoc bullets. I had like half the clip, bro.
I mean, do you want to do it instead?
Instantly
or-
wiped.
What'd you say, Grim?
Alright.
I
Well,
only had
first
half the clip of havoc bullets, or else that dude would have been instantly.
And she didn't have anything.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking beat.
Yeah, because she didn't really have anything, so I didn't want to mess with her. think.
I need a real gun and a bag. That,
I think that'll do it.
oh, I got a bag.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta change my game.
Alright.
I had like a wingman in 2020.
Look on this thing. Hold on, let me,
Okay.
where's the closest thing on the map to bring you back?
At the tree. Oh, I can't.
The
When
tree?
I'm not
Actually,
alive, it won't let me.
where's teammate?
Yeah, like-
Where's teammate? Oh, he's just
Oh, I'm
spawning
getting
you
brought
already.
back.
Oh, he's
Okay.
already bringing you
I
back.
didn't know it was.
Nice. Sweet. Yeah, I didn't either.
Can you check upstairs for those dates, dude? Can you please check upstairs for the dates? Are they still upstairs?
God damn. I had to mute Bladed if he says anything to me. That baby loud as fuck.
You're eating a poke, man. You're a poopy head. What, you just covered in pee out here? Is what you want me to do? You want me to change you so you can give a fresh tea and a nice shit? Is that what you want?
You got a vest?
Look at that.
One over here. Knockdown shield.
Oh, I got one thing.
Alright, I'm gonna drop this Havoc right here with 90 bullets.
I'm not taking that.
I need a sled fire. There's one around.
Oh, Lord, dude, since she doesn't have her damn face for like 4 hours.
Oh no! Oh, I almost fell off. Thought that middle thing was a rope. It is not. Somebody's been here.
Al, go. You stop since we're not getting I'm gonna die on this that was on purpose.
Oh shit, we gotta go, we gotta
shit.
go.
Yep, yep. I'm gonna go up this jump tower, I guess, but
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's too far.
we're a little further up. Yeah.
Oh, there's a couple boxes I'm checking out for cute stuff. Nope. Not cool.
I'm gonna land with him because he's got an enemy.
Alright, I'm coming over.
Look what we got. Move. Oh, look at that. Shit's here fast.
Maybe he
Do you
just.
want me to if you want to sit put, I can try to do. Never mind. Say, try
There's
to
a
do
kid
the
up here
drone
almost
shit.
dead.
Which one's it?
I'm coming.
He got him. He got him.
You got him. I'm hearing somebody. There's somebody right here.
I'm down. He's getting me up.
That was over though. You got it first time? You doing a strong play together? Yeah.
Right here.
I'm coming.
Ah, fucking gay drone shit. Forgot I wasn't Mirage, and I start doing my drone in the middle of a fucking gunfight. So there's a
Oh,
bitch back
shit.
here shielding up, the one I shot, and there's a dude inside.
Oh my god. She had a turbocharger. She fucking raped me, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah.
She raped you?
Did you have full health?
Damn.
She stuck
I
her
mean,
gun
I
in
thought that
weird
would have been
fucking
fun,
places,
but
bro. Yeah, you didn't deserve that.
No, I had like 25 health. And
he
I had
probably
50
did
armor,
deserve it.
And I figured I could go, run up on her with a 99 and that turbocharger. Oh my god, dude, it was a split
Yeah,
second.
she cut you down real quick.
I'd be okay if my girl tried to rape me.
Fuck.
I'd be okay.
Oh shit.
I'd just be like, take me, mama.
Oh man, this kid sucks dick.
Yeah, he should have had her hard shit for that.
Man, he missed every fucking shot like
Here it
in
is.
Pulp Fiction, man.
I'm gonna come get this one next day.
I mean, he's a team player, but damn.
Oh!
Level
Yeah,
156. Red, white, blue.
whoa, he had 790 damage with that kind of shooting?
Yeah, right.
He must have
Oh,
just
no,
got
that-
I
nervous
kind
or
of want
something,
that one
I
over there.
guess.
It's Arctavis. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, maybe it's the newer
Oh,
Watson.
look at that.
Yeah.
I'll go to bed.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Ankylosaurus.
Alright.
The first one I've seen. What? Yeah, it's the first one I've seen on this island. This Stego, this tech one, was the first Stegosaurus I've seen, and then look right next to it. Another Stego. Level 55. Stella! What are you? Oh my god. You're making an obnoxious mess, kiddo. I'm gonna need some more narcotics on this guy. I'm staying asleep there, Stego. I'm not really hungry. If you want to eat, Nick, go ahead. If you want to
Joe
try
might be
something
back.
In
else,
Ohio.
I figure.
Oh no,
You said,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. What'd you say?
What
Yeah,
time
I
is
mean,
it in
if you're
Ohio,
hungry-
Blake? 2 hours
Oh,
off?
same as there. No,
Same?
it's 12
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's right
Oh,
before.
I thought it was at
it's-
least 1, maybe 2 hours over.
No, same.
Yeah, I guess not 2.
Ew.
I thought maybe 1,
Fuck.
yes. Not that
Alright,
far.
I'm back.
Yeah, I
You
don't know
do
what
not
happened
need
to Joe.
to eat diapers. Stop.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Joe, but don't we all hate that guy? Let's talk about him before he comes back.
Yo,
What a
that dude is a
bastard.
fucking prick, if I've ever seen one. Like,
I fucking hate him.
yo, stab that dude in the throat next time anybody sees him. I'll give you $1.
Extra stab.
Oh, I didn't know.
Joe, if you
I
want to
had
invite
one
us,
for like
we're
over
just
an
in an
hour.
unranked game just starting.
Okay.
I don't care to.
I
Yeah.
didn't know.
Invites are sent then. Yeah, so it turns out,
This motherfucker-
looks like it's not the Xbox One Connect, it's the 360 Connect that I need. I got kind of lost reading an article about it, which I have a 360 Connect also. But then I also have to,
Why do you use 360?
that's the one that will turn into a webcam. So,
And the newer one doesn't?
Yeah.
That's stupid.
Wait, you just need an extra
They shut
webcam,
down.
or do you need something?
no, just an extra webcam.
Yeah. Dude, a webcam. I mean, I know, you know, it's not like you shit out $20 bills or whatever.
I do though, I actually just shot like 40
You
of
know,
them.
like a. I honestly
Joe,
think
You don't know what he
shit
had
out
for long.
$20 bills. And I need like 2 of them.
like a Logitech.
I just need like 2.
He drinks Goldschlager. and
Yeah,
shits
man,
out
they're covered in shit though.
Like a.
But no, the problem is I have to eat them.
Go, he sits out 20.
I have to
stuff
eat the
like that.
20s, and then I shut them out. But
I think a Logitech webcam, like an HD, like a 720p at least webcam, is like $20. Is it? But
Oh.
I mean, it's cheaper than buying a 360.
well, I have a 360 Connect, but
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'd have to buy a like an adapter because it runs, it's like a USB thing that plugs into the 360. So I would need like a separate power supply. It's like a power supply that runs off of the USB. So the USB plugs into this like dongle, and then it goes connects to my computer, and then connects, like plugs into the wall. And then I'd have to go in and like delete all of the drivers that say connect on it, is what the file or the article was saying, and then re-download other stuff. And then my luck is it wouldn't fucking work. Yeah, there's no gun for me either. I'm going up here.
At the back.
Dude, you should look on Amazon for webcams because, like, I mean, they may even be cheaper than $20.
Yeah, I really just need one for like when I stand
like, there's
up.
some real cheap.
Oh, here you go, Zero.
What does your
I just heard
fucking,
like it sounded like somebody flying. I think
Okay,
they're on
I'm
me.
coming. I'm coming. Let me turn. I gotta turn off.
They were on me until they turned into a dead guy.
Oh, nice. I'm with you, Grim. I didn't know we were so far apart.
So if they're dead, there's a blue bag up there, Zero.
Somebody else
Okay,
is
I'm
shooting
coming.
at us from up in there somewhere.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Oh,
Were they up top? Where are they? I'm going.
they're,
for
they're
them. Where
somewhere
are they?
around there.
Oh my god! I fell in the fucking fire, bro. Oh.
Oh no.
I
don't
forgot you
even
had
have
to zip
a-
two
oh, okay.
times. Oh, I don't even have a fucking body shield.
Did you check that bullet shoot the dude you killed?
Yeah, he didn't have a shield. Alright, let's go get that food.
All right.
I don't. Okay.
Oh, on the train. Somebody was just on the train. They jumped across. That was probably the guy that was shooting at us. Oh, I'm getting shot at by food.
Oh, here's another dude.
The fast guy shot me.
Yeah, the fast guy's down. Somebody's on me.
Alright, up top here.
Gibraltar on me. Gibraltar on me. Gibraltar on me.
Oh, there's somebody right here.
Gibraltar.
The guy. Oh,
Yeah, Gibraltar on me. Gibraltar on me. All right, he's dead. I hear more footsteps.
you got it, Zero? Yep. Alright,
Okay.
okay. I have no med heal, and I don't have a shield.
I just pinged the shield. There's a shield. There's a shield here.
Oh, maybe there's a shield.
There's a there's a shield here. There's a shield here.
Yeah, here's two Phoenix kits.
All right, I need.
Here's two Phoenix kits.
There's another shield here.
Alright. Everybody's dead now. We don't need to rush.
I think so.
Oh wait, actually, I need to do that.
Where's this other dead guy at?
Here's Phoenix kits.
There should be two guys right here. You put one up top. Oh, inside.
I killed one, and yeah, I killed the one you down. I killed one. I mean, I finished one. You killed one.
Yeah, there's two other bodies. There's two body shields in this building with me.
Alright.
Yeah.
Joe's health bot.
Hurry up and get here, bro.
You need the health bot. There's like Phoenix kits galore. I can't carry them all.
Yeah, I don't want to waste them. There's two Phoenix kits in the
I'm
box
only
inside
taking
the
one.
first
I'm
floor of
leaving
the
one.
building.
So if you want to use it,
No, I got.
that's a lot of stuff.
I got two Phoenix kits. I saw two Phoenix kits in a box.
There's another one here.
First-
Like, yeah. I have two on me. There's one in this box, one in that box. You can't carry
Yeah,
all
pick
these
them up.
things.
Joe, you pick up a.
I wish you could
Alright,
get more than
optics.
3 people on your
On
fucking
the optics.
Yeah. Yeah, they did a solo for a while, and then people were talking about a duo. But yeah, I'd like to have a 4-man. Because more
Or
often than
6-man.
not, we have
That would be nice.
Ooh, yeah.
you know, an extra person in the party who's not playing. Alright, here, I'm dropping,
circles like.
okay, alright, then I'll drop that later.
We
Yeah,
should
Nothing, I'll drop it later.
Are you ready to take the next step in your career? A graduate degree from Villanova University can get you there. Visit our graduate open house on Tuesday, October 22nd from 5 to 7 p.m. to find out
Alright, and then
I'm
cool.
not really playing. I'm trying to tame this. Think of what's up.
You gotta be quick though.
What's up?
There's a damn loot bot.
Big pizza? Oh. Yeah.
Pizza party at Blades.
Blue bag. Anybody need a
No,
blue bag?
zero needs a blue bag.
Bag squad.
Yeah,
I
thank
thought,
you.
did you
Yep.
ping one for him earlier?
Didn't pick it up.
There's just in here. Does this help? No, never mind. Go straight down. Yep. That's it.
Here, I got
Here,
a.
Help it all.
zip line here.
Right here. Right here.
Okay.
We got people in front of me.
That's right.
I'm gonna unplug my mic so they don't keep screaming at y'all.
People.
They're over there.
Okay. Oh, we gotta go around this shit. We're in the storm
Yeah.
for sure.
Well, there's a zip line. They're taking the zip line, or some of them are.
We should.
Oh,
do
behind
that
you,
too.
behind you, behind
We
you.
don't know
Yeah.
we're here.
Oh, god damn, he melted me.
What the fuck? Who is shooting from behind?
There was a robot.
Wow, one squad took the zip line and one squad fucking sat back and
Oh, it's two
ambushed
squads.
us. What the fuck? Either there's two squads or one guy took the zip line up and two guys. Yeah, that bitch. I didn't expect those fuckers not
Yeah,
to be
we
getting
gotta
out of the
stay
circle.
away from the storm. That shit keeps fucking us up. Whenever that happens, we end up getting
Yeah.
fucked up.
Bum, bum, boom, bum. Bum, bum, boom, bum. At least I was positive. I was +8, so I ain't mad at it.
Oh, nice.
I thought you were talking about your like feelings.
Yeah, at least I was positive about getting fucking melted by that robot.
Fucking robots.
Fucking robots.
Motherfucking robots. Feeling kinda nice.
Gotta hate them motherfucking robots.
Oh, excuse me. Does that make me too bright? That might make me too bright. Yeah. Yep. It just would be another video source. Yeah. I basically am a male version of a cam girl. You mean one camera so they can watch me jerk off, and the others for the O face. The O face. The oh face. Oh face. You guys don't say it when you make it? I say it. I say O face when I make the O face.
I wouldn't be surprised.
O face. O face. O face.
If you did, I'm sure you would shut that down. Like,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
You better cut that shit the fuck out.
Yeah,
No,
I'll
he
just
does
feel
that.
like-
And Kim makes that little demon voice we heard
Yeah.
the other night.
You better shut
You
that the
told him
fuck
good night or
down, or you're gonna die.
Yeah, it sounds like that for sure.
Oh, damn.
Good thing,
Dropping a
good
havoc
thing we
here.
can all laugh at my misfortune.
Ammo.
All right. I got a devotion, but I'll take the ammos.
Is it Wang Mang over
I got a
here?
Wang Man. I got a Wang Chong. Oh, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Alright, I'm dropping the Wang Man.
Did you pick up that helmet?
Yeah, it disappeared.
Here.
I pinged it, so
That's a double tap.
Where was? Yeah, why did it disappear so quick? I feel like shit.
I don't know. It was like 30 seconds
Somebody's
ago.
over here. I just heard a door.
Okay.
Door.
Okay,
Find this
I'm coming
hat.
back to you guys.
Wait, where the fuck's this hat, man? Oh, there's more steps. Hattie McCatterson. Alright, I got it. Going towards where I pinged. Yeah. I'm hearing like zipline noises. I didn't even know there was a zipline in this building.
I didn't either.
Yeah, fuck the energy jump, bitch.
I need light ammo. Oh yeah, they have a shit ton.
There's a shitload in here.
There it is.
Yeah. I'm dropping. I put 60 heavy rounds in
Somebody's
there.
coming out. Somebody's running around.
Okay.
Up backside. I think they're coming up the steps.
Yep.
Yeah. That'd be a
Broke the
sound.
shield, broke one of them.
What?
What the fuck?
That was insane.
Dude, I broke
That didn't even make
girl's
sense.
shield.
As soon as I popped
And
out, I
then-
was
Yeah.
both of that.
That is what? Dude, that's fucking ridiculous, dude.
Yeah.
That was like
Yeah,
3 shots
yeah.
killed both of
I'm
us.
surprised Joe's.
Right.
That was insane. And after
Yeah.
after we all went down, I saw 2 people there. But see, I broke the shield on
I
the
saw
medic.
the lifeline, and I started.
Yeah, I
shooting
broke her shield,
and
and then you guys
instantly-
both
we both
ran
instantly
in,
died at the same
and
time.
then just
Uh-huh.
boom boom. Yeah, well, I mean,
Yeah,
were
that-
you
Yeah.
both healed?
I didn't have a shield though, but I had 100 health.
Wait,
That
all
was
3 of us
still
got down
garbage.
at the same
No,
time?
no, Zero went down like
Started?
2.5 seconds
No,
before
I went
us.
in and battled and got killed.
Ah,
then-
but yeah, that was ridiculous.
It's pure
Yeah, I
garbo,
really
man.
fucked that wall.
Pure
Garbo.
fucking garbo, bro. Pure garbo, bro.
Pure garbo, bro. Pure garbo, bro.
Oh shit.
Oh, my bad.
Did you
Ready.
say, Grim, that you did get your fucking helium 3 in or whatever?
I got, it's N2O. Yeah, big success. I got all the cartridges, but I don't have the cracker or the fucking...
Bro,
Like the balloon.
you are the cracker.
No, you racist motherfucker.
Oh shit. What I would do in a salute to mental health month is stick that cartridge in a CO2 BB pistol and stick it in my mouth and just pop, pop, pop.
That's
The back of the throat is
that's
filled with-
one way to do it.
Pow, pow, pow.
Oh, that would be so fucking awesome.
What are you doing, Zero?
Dude, I feel like that's a that needs to be like a Twitter video. Like,
Yeah,
Wait,
it
wait.
probably wouldn't violate
Hold on.
the terms of
dude, there's porn. There's porn on Twitter.
Twitter.
Yeah, there's porn on.
How much do you use Twitter? That's first thing popped out is that
Well,
Twitter. I didn't even know you could post
yeah.
videos on Twitter.
Yeah, of course you can.
They're called
Yeah, Twittios. But yeah, there's porn on Twitter.
Are they really
He's making it up.
I was surprised.
Yeah.
Is it really? And it
I
doesn't
have
take
seen
it
It's
down.
only like 20 seconds or whatever, but it's. You know what I mean?
But you can't even put like nipples on Facebook, but you put porn on
Yeah, man.
Twitter? I'm gonna land
Yeah,
one
that's
floor
where you
down
can't
to
button
the
this on
side.
Facebook. Okay.
Oh, I just got an itch on my neck.
The nipple-free zone.
I mean, sometimes it's good to be a nipple-free zone.
Oh yeah.
There's some people with nipples that you don't want to see.
But
I mean, I'm
That's
talking
true.
about chick nipples. I don't know what you're talking about.
Why you gotta be a sexist POS, man? Why chick nipples gotta be better than man nipples?
I don't want to see
big,
no
ang-
man
big
nipples, bro.
angry man nipple.
Man nipples are just as important as women nipples.
They don't deserve the same right.
They do. Stop
I need a back.
stop
Ooh, I-
encroaching on my white man freedoms. You know what I mean? Like, I'm losing my rights as a
White man are
young
the
white
hell.
male. Like, you're taking all my freedoms. I need.
paint.
Yeah, I need.
nipple
Oh! I just got a yellow ass shirt.
Blue shield
Oh,
over here.
nice. Oh, okay.
And blue helmet. You like the color?
I don't have a helmet, but I'll take whatever helmet zero. Oh, I got a white helmet. I'm good.
Alright, let's
Whoa.
go
Thank
check
you,
some
sir.
shots. I feel like we got enough
Yo.
stuff, right?
There used to
pick
be
up this armor.
a bin here, didn't there?
First floor, first floor. Going
Okay.
down.
I'm zipping over to the top, and I'm gonna jump down.
I'm yelling timber.
You're not though. You're just saying that you're going to yell timber, and it's not the same. Timber!
Eliminated, ho.
Oh, did you ice like 4 fucking people here, Grim, with
There's more
3
people over
shots?
here.
Or...
So-
Okay,
Oh, God.
got him.
You got him? Got that
Yep.
bitch? Nice.
Yeah,
Last one.
just
Yeah.
Banging. Fuck them bitches.
Oh, yeah.
I need heavy
I have
ammo.
heavy ammo I can share. Here. There's 80 heavy.
Yeah, circle.
Oh, it's a circle.
There's not nothing but.
I hear somebody.
Shit, I need to heal.
Oh,
Oh
just
shit,
got
here.
me.
We're,
Alright, I'm doing a med kit.
Oh, is Birdman in?
Shit, I'm fucking dead, man. God damn. Right here, right here.
You're a Bernie stick.
God, what the fuck, man? Oh shit.
3P'd again. We got 4P'd that time because we went in there and killed people from 2 different squads. I think. I don't know. It was P'd. We got
Nah, they
P'd.
both turned into boxes. The people that we killed.
Yeah, but like you came in there and there were already like 3 boxes. But yeah, we didn't kill. Yeah, we just killed one party. I got you. Yeah. How am I getting -2? You fucking piece of shit game.
I got raped healing up. I didn't get to get a shot off. Oh, I gotta get it.
So like, when you have your stream there, Joe, with 2 webcams, you just like switch back and forth between the webcams.
I would. You can set it up that you can have 6 different cameras, whatever you want.
Like two boxes.
Because technically, it's just a video input
Yeah.
device. So like, the gameplay is coming through a capture card, which is also a video input device. So it's basically like I have 2 webcams up anyway. I have 2 video input devices. One's the gameplay, one's my camera. So I want a second camera so I could have one on my monitor. So when I'm sitting down, it's at face level, and then when I stand, I can just click something and turn that on, and it could even just be in the same spot. You know what I mean? Like, so when I click one off and then click the other, because I can also go in and like make things visible or invisible at the click of a button. So if I just turn the main one off
Yeah,
and the
okay.
second one on when I stand up, it could just be in the same box, and it just one will fade off, the other will come on, and
Yeah.
you still got my ugly ass face.
I would have, the maximum number of webcams and put one on each chakra.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah, you can do all the webcams. As many webcams as you can plug into your computer, you can have. I was originally going to do one on, well, you gotta figure out a way to get 50 USB inputs on your computer. I was going to do one for the dog.
I already have 50 USBs hooked up.
Well, then you need 50 more USBs if you want to add 50 webcams to your already 50 things. You know what I mean? Like,
Or unplug your existing.
yeah, or give up.
to save a little money.
Could do that. Yeah,
Whatever
I
you
mean,
feel.
whatever your shit be. Oh, that's probably a mistake. I'm gonna keep the scout. And I only had 20 heavy bullets, so there's heavy bullets by that flat line.
That's flatline?
Yeah, man. That's
That
an
gold
anvil receiver.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And looking. I'm good on that. I don't like no single fire.
Uh-oh. Nerdy's looking to play some Minecraft.
You hear noises?
Just
Or
you.
me?
What do you hear?
Footsteps. Might have been you guys, I don't know.
I thought I did a few seconds ago, dude, but then I didn't hear anymore.
Yeah, I only heard it right when I said something. Somebody's like camping out on us. I don't know.
Yeah, it's possible. We'll probably all get killed by two fucking dudes coming up the stairs in a split second with no explanation.
Start getting lasered with a charge rifle or some shit.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. That was wicked though, dude. That sucked. Shit. Gotta get the lawn.
And there's a 2 to 4 here.
Dropped a
I
one.
know it's a 4 to 8. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Where at?
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Somebody's fighting. Somebody.
Sorry.
You bastard.
I'm sorry.
You hearing it?
Yeah, I heard that gun
What?
fire.
Yeah, I just got a message. Game clip uploaded to Xbox Live.
I got that
Probably
earlier and I
fake.
didn't do shit. I recorded a clip, but I didn't upload it.
Remember I recorded a clip about some shit? I don't remember what. Something Joe didn't believe something. I don't even remember what it was by now. But I guess
We got
it
people
took
right
an
here?
hour for fucking downloads.
Okay,
Alright.
we're all spread out.
Dorman.
I'm gonna miss all of my shots.
Quit missing all your shots.
Yeah, they're up.
The thing.
Got one down.
I'm getting sniped at. We're both getting sniped at from across the way.
Yeah, there's a Gibraltar somewhere.
Got hit another one. Dude, did that just say 17
footsteps.
damage from the
There we go. That caustic's down.
shit?
Who just downed you?
That sniper is hurt, but he's probably healing. I'm trying to get the fuck out of here.
I'm hearing
Yeah.
footsteps.
Yeah, they're
Oh, Gibraltar right here.
Oh, they're up top? I just jumped off. Fuck. Oh, we're getting
Yeah,
drones.
get the cover, Zero.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
that almost killed me. Oh my god, it didn't fucking kill me.
Don't get me up at your own.
Damn, I thought we
stance
were
or
under.
anything. I'm just
Okay, yeah, let me heal up.
Oh my god, dude. I got finished off by a fucking grenade.
Oh, I'm about to finish my grenade. One dude is still on the stairs.
Alright, I'm gone.
Wait, yeah, so how does the Gibraltar
here's a guy.
work? It looked like they were going in one direction, so I ran the other way, and then it still killed me. Is that
Yeah.
random or what? The
Yeah,
pattern
it comes down in like a
shit,
circle.
It completely
Yeah,
fucking
it's
killed
not
me.
like the Bangalore one.
Got that bitch.
Heals and that. And,
None of these fuckers have dope armor.
now I'm going to the John the Jigger.
Was that you joining? Was that
No.
the noise I heard? I thought we were getting joined. Maybe it was someone else joining us. But we didn't.
No, I didn't hear a drone. I don't know.
I definitely heard the joining noise.
I heard it when you said it, Grim, but don't know what happened right after an airstrike hit.
Alright. I'm gonna go back and get my box. I kind of like
The storm's coming in. Oh, I think we can. Dude, it just said game clip uploaded.
Where'd we
Xbox
come
Live
from?
again. I'm not
From
sure
that
what it
direction.
says.
From the southwest.
Did you record something earlier?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Oh, maybe I
sometimes if you
recorded two
recorded it
things
with the
and didn't
Xbox,
notice.
if you recorded something with Xbox, sometimes it takes forever depending on how long the time frame is that you hit record.
Oh, okay, cool.
It was only 2 minutes, but it took forever for my
Yeah.
I've recorded 2 clips now that I think of it, and it did it twice.
I did.
I mean,
like
I've
2 minutes,
recorded
it took
clips
like
many
fucking 6
I mean,
hours.
the drone again. I'm probably gonna get fucking drones.
There's a thing flying.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe it's that thing. Maybe that's what I'm doing. Maybe that was it. That's possible. Maybe I'm freaking out for no reason, man.
Yeah, she keeps doing that every time she fucking drops her bait. Or her sister takes
Where's
it from
some
her.
boxes? Isn't the boxes somewhere? There's that one.
Yeah.
But one of these is zero.
No, Zero picked
Oh,
those
no,
up.
the other one.
Oh, there is a up
People
there.
see
There's the blue box. There was a call stick up there.
Oh yeah.
when you guys get the optics you want, I could use any kind of 2X.
Okay, there you go. Take those. Or do you want like a? I have a 6X on my Scout.
No, well, no. 2 or 2 to 4.
Okay.
That's about the only thing I use.
Did he have anything good? Oh, there's a 1X in there.
Got a lawnmower.
Nah, just some ammo. I got a 1 to 2 hour one of them.
Yeah, that was the first time the 6X actually ever worked for me.
Oh, were you using
Yeah.
it?
Oh shit! I'm being shot. Being
I
shot
have 2 Phoenix kits.
from over there somewhere.
From where? I don't know where. That way?
I'm not sure exactly. All right, I'm gonna drone real quick.
I'm 55. Oh god, another guy shooting from another rooftop or something. I'm down behind you.
Oh, okay. Sounds like somebody's coming.
Oh no, they're right here.
I'm grenading.
Fuck. I'm just trying to stall.
Fuck, I grenaded twice, but yeah, I'm down.
Oh damn.
Damn, he killed
Yeah.
both you guys?
We were in bad
Shit.
shape. Well, I just got up. I'd already been down, so had no heals. I was trying to delay him getting to you guys.
Yeah, he caught me after when I was on there trying to heal. So I shot my gun to delay him and then started healing. And I didn't even get my heal off and then it's murdered.
I got a I'll go ahead and ready up. Be right back.
Yes, sir.
So what was my thing for? What did I record? The video
Nah,
for?
don't.
Watch recent capture.
Alright, leave Sissy alone, fella. You gotta move over here.
Alright, I don't know. I really have no idea what you recorded. I remember the conversation, but I don't remember what it was.
I'm watching now. I'm gonna figure it out.
Ugh. Boom, boom, boom. I'm the dumb buster. Oh, you know what? I gotta get 3 knockdowns at the tree. And the tree's blue. Is Zero back?
Oh yeah.
Let
cracking
me
the
let me know
cans.
when we're flying and stuff.
Alright.
Set up the video.
We're flying and stuff. I'll let you know when we get close to landing.
Yeah.
We're like 150 meters from landing. 100 meters. We're landing. Boots are on.
Over then. Alright, I didn't get
Oh,
to
shit.
finish it. It was the video where
There's dudes everywhere.
we ran over the construction site.
Fuck, I'm down.
Ran up and killed somebody real quick. And then
Trying to get it
oh,
done.
you didn't say that. You said there's no window.
Oh yeah. I said I don't think there's a window. I think it's all construction.
There's like 3 squads around us. I got no weapon.
Fuck. Fuck.
Shit.
Fuck it, fuck it.
Fudgety fudge sandwiches. All the fudge sickles in the fudge land.
I'll try to distract them for you. Yeah, they're looking at me. So, Zero, you're out there. Maybe you can, like, there you go. Like,
Oh, behind you too.
Die too. He said like 8% too.
2 guys shooting at me.
Actually, it was one girl and a robot, but I mean, just splitting hairs at this point.
Neither
Yeah.
of them are guys.
How's it feel to be beaten by a
yeah,
girl?
Orgy, orgy.
So I don't remember. I didn't watch the clip again, but I remember it was a window for sure. If you're watching my last clip, you see me run into a window that looks like you can run through it, and then I just, for way longer than any normal person should, kept trying to run through it, even though I was getting shot at.
Oh, there
So we
are
realized
windows
we
in those
can't.
construction sites. You can barely see them. I mean, they're barely defined. Like
It
you
looks
just
like
see
it went into a
like
room.
a little black line, like they're supposed to be window panes, but they're super transparent. They're the kind of birds. I mean, the kind of windows that birds fly into.
Those kind of birds that windows fly in.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm watching the video, so let me know. Oh, you know what? There are windows in like
Well,
by
it's 2
the
minutes long. So you should go to just like, I don't know, a minute and a half in probably. Wait till I get to the roof of the next building.
Existence of windows.
Let me know when we're flying.
What is your issue?
Oh, I hit the fast forward button too many times. Are we flying yet? Okay.
No.
Nope.
Fingers. Hug the bear.
We're
Alright.
fine.
We're flying.
I'm back and stuff.
You get to
Yeah,
see it or not?
yeah, it looks like yeah, I don't know. I guess it's a window. I don't know. Look like a black wall, but then when your like face is in it, you can like see something inside of it. So I am wrong. There are some sort of windows in a thing. Hey, Zero. Okay, yeah, if you shoot the drones, they drop in one shot. We were talking about that, Zero? If you shoot the drones that are carrying
Yeah,
the things, they drop them in one shot. Because we were talking the other day about how, like, I've never been able to one-shot them, the loot things. Oh shit, there's 2 people over here.
shit, coming.
I'm just trying to pull some slick stuff to get to you.
Yeah, I have a slash fire. I'm coming. I'm double heavy guns, but I only have 50 bullets. But I am coming. There he is.
Good help, good help.
I got one. Where's the other?
Yeah.
You got
Joe got another.
Nice. Okay, that's all you? I'm not into any of that loot. You guys get those boxes?
Yeah, I need
whatever.
heavy ammo.
Just 20 rounds, but
I'll loot this bin.
Lulu, what's the matter, baby?
either you got a
Yeah, I
light,
got a RE45.
here's a purple one.
Oh yeah, my man, pots and pans.
Are you dropping one? or
Yeah,
something?
he dropped it. I picked it up.
Wait, I mean, are you dropping?
No, no, I'm not replacing it. I didn't have one. Here's another heavy mag, level 1.
I got a level 1 if you need it. Oh, actually, I'll take that level 1 shit. I'd use it on the wing main. Some of that.
Oh, there's a shield over there that you can swap out your empty 1-0.
Oh, I didn't notice mine was empty, thanks.
2 bags by this one.
Okay.
Right one.
I could use a knockdown.
Yeah, screaming for no reason, you know.
Ooh.
I don't have enough gun either.
I don't have any gun with a barrel. That needs a barrel stabilizer, so go for that if you want.
I might grab that for later, maybe.
Two
Yeah, I got
backpacks.
one. I need a need a knockdown shield.
I need the optics Tango suit on.
All right, optics.
Someone's getting brought back over here.
Oh, okay.
Kind of far.
Oh shit, there's a med kit.
Oh, I didn't see that.
And I'm not even wearing my glasses. Let me put my glasses on. Maybe I'll see more med kits.
Alright, there is a vault key.
Yay!
Oh
Boys.
god, people are doing stuff to me.
Oh, you're
They're
so
doing stuff to
far.
me. I don't like it.
You're
Where's
so
the
far.
vault key? I don't know if I have it. I don't even have the vault key. Fuck, man.
Where they at, Grim? Okay, I see. I hit one guy for like 70.
There's a vault key underneath that thing, I'm pretty sure.
You checked your inventory. You don't have it.
Oh, the fucking the walls.
Yeah, I don't have it.
There's dudes about.
There's dudes about that business. It's all mine.
I can't even heal myself. They're on the roof.
All right, shit. The storm's here. We gotta go.
I got one of them.
You guys gotta heal up. That storm's gonna kill you.
Here, throwing a fucking zip line.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
I don't have heals. I do not have any heals. And
There,
everybody
yeah.
heals.
I got one.
There's 2 syringes.
Out of the store.
I accidentally executed. Fuck. Out of here. Fuck, I'm gonna die. Oh, well, you can get me up there, right?
Maybe if I don't go down here. Okay.
Anybody have any heals?
I have a couple.
I've got one.
I have a couple, but I'm gonna need them too. No, they're all empty. I just checked them. There's nothing in them.
Fuck, I'm just gonna start trying to run through the circle then. Fuck, man,
There's
I'm
a
gonna
zip on the roof
die.
of that building. Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
I don't even know if I'll be. I'll probably die while I'm flying. Awkward.
I might be able to come get you if you can just, you know,
Yeah,
do what
get
you
it.
can, fly as far as you
I
can.
might die on the rope. Alright. I'm gonna die in midair, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna run
In
for you.
midair.
And you use both of those syringes?
Yeah, I'm gonna drop one syringe.
Yeah, I use
That's all
everything
I've
I
got.
had.
That's all I've got.
Oh yeah, just run, run.
Right there.
Just pick it up, Zero.
Nah,
Yeah,
nah,
okay,
I'm
yeah,
putting
we'll
it
get
in.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Finally.
There you go.
Awesome. Thank you.
Between the two of you guys heal up with those syringes. Zero. Yeah, Zero
you
needs some
some?
heals.
Oh,
You don't
yeah,
have any
what you
syringes
got to
here?
spare. No, I dropped. I didn't know I thought I was the only one with needed syringes, so I dropped the one.
I probably won't be able to get fully. Do you have any? Just let me know if you
Nah,
have any
that's
extra.
all I had.
We got about. Yeah. Maybe we'll
Yeah,
find some.
we have a minute, so we should just move so we can loot a little bit.
What about heavy ammo?
I have
bullets.
50 bullets.
I don't have much more. Yeah, I got like 50.
I have
40 or
light bullets
50.
I can drop.
I have 100 left.
Oh.
I'm low on fucking
I got
heavy.
it, man.
I got
get
45.
It's level 169 to start.
How did?
You got the
Out of all
vault
these
key?
boxes, how are we not getting any shit? That's crazy. Can you not
Because
even
them
heal your
bitches
shield,
were weak
Zero?
sauce. Oh, thanks for saying that. I didn't know. I didn't even look at my shield. Here's a USI. Here's some light ammo. And well, it'd be 2020, but there's more light ammo and an all.
Here's a circle site
I got a few of them.
and a 1 to 2. Actually, I'll pick them up because I got room. There's nothing else in this building.
Ah, I got a hooked up
Yeah,
trailer.
we got
with
shit.
40
Yeah,
bullets.
well, let's just get to safety and we can loot once we're there.
Yeah, okay. Here's the knockdown shield, a white one.
Here you go, I'm picking up some heavy bullets I can drop for you, Grim. Alright, so you want a circle or 1 to 2?
Circle, fine.
I mean, I can drop both if, you know, I mean, you want both or whatever. I got a 3x and a circle.
Yeah, I'll put that on my 301 so I could do some zooming in if I have to, I guess. And did you have
Oh,
heavy
yeah.
ammo?
Well, yeah, I'll drop that as well. Good.
Let me get this box. I'm almost out of it. I've only got like 40
good.
something rounds. And I got double heavy, so.
You double heavy with 40
Oh shit! Here, I'll give you more than
Well, now I've got.
I got. Yeah, that's I got light as well, so I'll give you some of mine.
Okay, thank you. I
Yeah.
don't want to take all your.
I can make it work until we find more.
Somebody
Okay,
right
yeah, I
back
see them.
Yep.
Oh, they just killed somebody. There's a box.
I'm a walk through. Need to get somebody up.
Okay.
Nice. Now there's 5 boxes to loot.
Yeah, bitch.
Hell yeah.
Sucker assholes.
Here's more heavy.
What you get from
Oh, an
being a
anvil
bitch.
receiver. Oh, there's a bunch of heavy in here. Well, not a bunch. There's 50 now.
It's,
Crack and drop. There's 40 also.
Oh, Here's the mother load of heavy, dude. Right here, 313
No
rounds.
cords.
Spitfire.
No baby girl, no cords.
There's another 160 here. Oh shit, I'm carrying energy. I don't know if anybody needs this.
Why are you doing that, man? Alright, what about heals? There you go. Here's
There's heals galore in these boxes.
Yeah, there's 5 syringes for those. There was a Phoenix kit somewhere, I think.
I have
Oh,
one. Probably not.
Yeah.
Here,
got two.
there's 80 heavy rounds in this box.
Alright, we
There's
got
300
60
Okay.
heavy
seconds.
rounds.
Alright,
I'm moving.
yeah, I'm moving.
right here.
You got 8 seconds.
Alright.
Yeah, hey, I got a.
Somebody squad in front of me.
Oh, dude's right there.
Gold shield on that guy running up the rocks now.
I busted one of their shields.
They got a trap up there.
I got this
Alright.
trap, don't worry about it. We gotta run uphill though, so.
I hear. Oh, that's you. Okay.
Where's everybody? Oh wait, there's a spot over there. A whole squad running that way. Let's go.
Fuck
Let's
'em
run
up.
down.
Let's
Let's
fuck
run
'em up.
down.
Oh, they're engaging with somebody too. We're third. Oh, they're grenading us.
Yeah, somebody's throwing nades at us.
Oh, they're across the way.
Yeah, where to? Hey, there's a zip line to them already. Oh, we're getting shot in the back. God damn it.
Yeah, I couldn't get on. Fuck, I'm down.
Alright, I'm down now.
It's all you, Zero. There's a Mirage over here.
Right by
Mirage
this
is shielding up.
Alright,
Okay,
I'm gonna
getting him up. Pop
put
that
on my
Phoenix
decoy
kit.
and yeah.
He's coming.
I think we'd better.
Yeah,
do
he's on the zip line. He's on the zip line. Shoot him off.
Okay. Okay,
Stella.
got him.
Oh.
Oh,
I got you, bro.
yeah.
Oh, I know,
Did
man.
you just?
And it put me back on the fucking thing.
Yeah.
You see that? I popped off to do that shit real quick and it didn't fucking work out like I thought it would.
Here's
Oh,
a
my
Phoenix
man.
kit. 2 squads.
How many people died over
I
here?
don't know.
50 left.
Purple shield, purple bags, and helmets and shit.
Oh shit, I did that too soon. Fuck. I canceled my Phoenix kit.
Bunch of heals and stuff in there.
Yeah.
Phoenix kit?
Yeah,
That
yeah. I
shit.
jumped on the zip line too soon,
22
so I
seconds.
fucked everything up.
I got a zip line to take us to safety.
You guys got nades and everything?
Let's
I
get on
just
this
started
rock
moving.
right here.
You see somebody?
No, I was asking if you guys had nades and stuff.
No.
Don't go in the water, you dumbass.
I'm throwing a zip line, guys. Get where I'm at.
Get on my level, scrub.
Oh, this fucking.
I'm gonna check this thing in case
Okay,
there's a fast
alright.
shield then.
Oh, someone's shooting
I'll
at
be
him.
over. Oh, there's somebody.
One down. They got a fair steel vest up there on that rock. Oh, Birdman just hit his special.
Oh man, I'm in the
Oh shit,
storm, I'm dying.
behind me.
Oh my god.
Fuck, I'm down. I guess this is the third squad.
Fuck me.
I ran out of fucking bullets. Oh, we're fighting different squads. Shit. There's 2 people down there, me.
damn. I couldn't. Well, I was
Y'all
just surrounded.
dying.
Damn, we deserved
Yeah.
that victory. Even though we didn't get it, but
I hope I remember to put that on ranked.
oh, look at. Oh shit, me too. Was that not
No,
fucking
show me
right?
the final shit.
Yeah, we
Oh,
weren't
no,
right.
I wasn't even ranked.
Fuck.
Yay.
Oh no,
had
no.
over- we had
I
over
got 100. Yeah, no, I just ranked up. I got
1,000.
128 rank points, so it was ranked.
Oh, we were. Oh, fuck yeah. I got 148. Hell to the yizzle.
Oh, I got 148 too. Nice. I just ranked up to 1.
Yeah, same here.
Wow, good job. I jumped way up. I'm closer to 1. I'm 176.
Okay, well let's get that. I don't know if we can get that in the next game, but we'll get that in the next 3 games.
Let's
Okay.
get it.
That was a good damn
That
game,
was.
though. I mean, we almost won that. That was just a terrible final circle. I
Yeah.
don't know, but
Sí, señor.
Be there in a minute.
Let me see what this is about. This is the second invite I got from this team on Twitch. I don't know. I don't know anything about them. Let me see. How do I search? Team Spock. Oh, I'm Jumpmaster. Grim's not back yet, is he?
oh, I didn't know he even left.
I guess we're gonna have to go all the way back here somewhere. I'll have to land them in a.
Yeah, that's fine.
We got a squad following us.
Okay, I'm gonna land in the main building because they seem to be going a little
Okay.
past it.
Hopefully, Grim can stay alive. Nope, they're here, right here.
Oh, I hear somebody.
I don't think he had a gun though. He ran away,
Yeah.
but neither do I. So
I'm chasing him a little. I don't know where he's at exactly. I think he stayed in the building.
I'm going up to the top floor looking for a gun. Yes.
Grab the
Yeah.
sticks. Grab the sticks.
We
with
got
both
people
hands.
landed with us.
How long did
I don't know, 30 seconds maybe.
I feel like I'm hearing
30
somebody.
seconds.
There's somebody
Yeah,
underneath. I see
yeah.
it.
There's people all around us.
Okay, mark him.
Right there.
Oh, somebody on the roof broke his shield, but he broke my shield.
God damn.
Oh, I'm down.
Yeah.
Fuck. So I guess we all went down like within seconds of each other.
Yeah.
There's two
Did
people
you
there
have a
though.
gun, Grim?
Yeah, I picked up one gun, and then
I had. Yeah, I couldn't. I got melted. I had hit one shot or some shit, or one part of a burst.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a feeling. I was shooting them directly in the head with every shot, but there's two of them shooting back.
Yeah, I think
Plus
they
I
kind
had
of got
shield
us in the
on.
crossfire. I was shooting bad right there. I was shooting really good last game, but I shot really bad that game.
So I wonder why Zed's messages go straight to fucking people I don't know. Like, why would that happen?
I have no idea.
Want to try something different. What do you mean Zed's messages go to people you don't know?
So when you go to messages, right? The message tab. Then there's, chats with regular messages, and then message requests. That's where people that aren't your friends message you. So it gets like trapped in like a spam thing.
Oh yeah, right. Okay.
And
Oh, so
for some
Zed's
reason,
messages.
Zed's messages keep going there.
Huh. You know, Xbox Live has all kinds of little bugs. Like a friend of mine that appeared offline for a little while, when he came back online, it would still show him offline for the longest time.
No, really?
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is.
This is Dilio.
Yeah. I wonder if,
I'm landing in
maybe
that
for
bin.
some... okay. I wonder if for some... I'll land at this bin. I wonder if for some shit you do on Xbox Live, like, you and or all your friends have to do a total shutdown of your Xboxes instead of the quick shutdown for the shit to register right.
Oh, yeah, that could be it.
I don't know, but, it's a possibility. Or maybe it's just a fucking bug from Microsoft that don't give a fuck. Dude jumping out of this bin?
Yep. Okay. He went down here somewhere.
Oh, I hear him.
I hear somebody. Oh, shit.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, shit, I fell down. He's in that. No.
What? I did 72 to them twice. How the fuck did that not die? Never mind. You know not math. Alright, I need health.
Right here.
Shields and shit.
I took one
Where are they?
down.
Down on the ground?
Yep, right here. Bangalore on my box. Running away. All good in the hood.
Alright. Gonna go get.
Alright, give me the heal.
Yeah, here.
I got 2 shield cells, but I can't heal my body.
My body is
My
broken.
body needs healing.
I need a bag. So, is there a bag in any of those?
I don't know.
Maybe that's when I'm flying from. Alright,
Yeah, I
I'll
think
come with
it
you
is.
to get 0 back so we got
It looks like there's only a.
You need shield cells?
I might have some. No, I have 2.
Oh,
Yeah, I
you're
just
right
opened a
there
bin.
somewhere. You're not near
Yeah, I
me.
just opened a
Okay,
bin.
good.
I got you covered.
Level 2.
And then at these bins, you got a flat line with some bullets, 0.
Oh, nice. Grim, you ought to go get that body shield level 2.
Yes,
my.
God.
Oh, there's a scout and a double tap.
Level
If you're into that.
Fuck yeah.
Merc.
Oh, Team ping just went
For
away.
what? The knockdown shield? It's over here.
I don't know. It was next, close to the body.
Oh, where was
close
the
to the
prowler
knockdown
at?
shield.
Oh, where the body shield is.
Oh, thank you. That was the knockdown shield. Okay.
Just got a.
Oh, here it is, dude.
thing.
Here's
Select
the
fire.
prowler. Oh, he pinged it. My bad.
Nice. I'm dropping the Spitfire if anybody wants that.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick to the hemlock. That's pretty
What's
nice.
that? Oh. What did you say you were dropping, Grill?
Spitfire.
Spitfire.
Oh, Spitfire.
Spitfire. Spit that hot
Spit
fire.
hot fire.
Dropping that Dylon.
The three greatest rappers of all time.
Mhm.
G-Lon,
Yeah.
G-Lon, and G-Lon.
He's busy hot fire. Oh, get up there, damn it. Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Oh, why do I have a purple shotgun bolt?
Peacekeeper up here. Eva 301. That's about it.
Okie dokie, Smokey. Gotta put on my mixer, because that doesn't go into my other chat for whatever fucking reason. And OBS is every time I start it up, it's like, there's an update. Do you want an update? And it's like, no. Every time I fucking update, shit breaks. I found one. Thank you.
Yeah.
Shotgun.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yep. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go now. Here we go now. I have too much light actually. I'm dropping a little bit right here.
Thank you.
Hey, Skyhook, anybody home? I'm looking for domes to pop with my bullets.
Give you shield cells. So I only have 2 little ones. Oh, here you go. Blue body shield. Mr. Zero.
Oh, noise.
Bunch of energy ammo. Oh, and I hear a thing. There's a fucking, what's that shit? Wait, I shot it. What the fuck? Where'd it go? The ball fell.
Oh, shit.
I don't see the ball.
The fucking wall is coming in.
It had a thing in it though. I'm looking for the ball. But it's, what the fuck? The ball fell and there's just no fucking ball here. Oh, never mind. Completely ridiculous.
Hey, is there a vault in this fucking cave up here?
Whoever has the key can look at the map and see.
Alright, did we run past
Open
the
up.
vault or no?
If you have a key, open up the map. It'll show you. You'll see little locks on the map.
Right now I gotta stop dying. Alright, let's see. There's only one left and it's already unlocked. Are you kidding me?
I guess that's the one here at the bottom of the train yard.
Nice. Never mind. I should be able to get it. That's gay. I did all that to find something I can't fucking use.
Yeah, that shit sucks.
So,
Yeah, I need a heavy mag and stuff. Like standard stocks. I don't have a lot of stuff.
yeah, I need a heavy mag as well. Yeah, standard stock for my heavy gun. Maybe this sweet little village.
Oh, you pick that grenade up? Yeah. I could use Starbles too. I only have one burning stick. I dropped shit for that stupid key.
Oh, that sucks. 6 other squads. Can I get one of those boxes of heavy grip? I mean, like 20. Thank you.
Actually, I'm gonna take this 3X.
Oh, what the fuck? I walked out of the building.
Grim, you needed shield cells, you said?
I just found some in here, actually. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh my God.
We're
fucking moving
in
again,
safety.
man.
We're in
God
safety.
damn. Sorry.
Loot thing. Don't freak out. Don't freak out.
I'm freaking out already, man.
We might should get to cover. Do you want this purple sniper?
No. It's all you. And there, I just dropped 6 syringes.
I'll give Grim a couple. Here you go. Grim. Okay. We'll have them. Yeah, we probably ought to get inside after all that fucking after we fired at the cargo bot and shit. There's only 5 other squads.
After Joe gave our position away.
Fucking
Joe's
Joe.
like, come
doing
and
all
do
this
it.
shit. God damn, I hate that guy, Joe.
Told you he's a prick, man.
So people are on the other, somewhere in this direction I was seeing gunshots. It's my, oh my God, my alarm's been going off. Motherfucker. Did you
It
guys
just
hear that?
started.
Yeah, it just started.
A minute ago, it looks like 54 seconds. Fuck, I gotta go. I'll be right back.
Alright.
God, can't you guys hear that? No, bro. It's your goddamn alarm, bro.
He's been microwaving a cup of coffee for like
He's probably
5
burnt the
minutes.
shit out of his pizza or something.
Yeah, looks like 2 more minutes. Yo, I literally couldn't hear it all. The only reason that I looked at my phone was I'm like, damn, it smells like something.
Oh, I just jumped in the fucking lava. No, I'm
What are
dead.
you cooking? Oh my God.
I'm making
I figured it was pizza.
And I
It was
forgot I had
pizza.
some filet left. So
Joe
I put
called
some
it.
filet on top.
Joe, I'm not a
No, I'm good. I'm good. I got it.
can't do anything.
I got it.
All
I'm
can
good.
see
I'm
the-
good. I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you. I jumped and missed the fucking ground.
I'm gonna sit here listening to y'all through my fucking TV this entire time.
Yeah, I landed in the lava. It's fine. It happens to everybody. That's all you, Xerox.
So
I just found
that
one,
shit?
actually, level 1. So it's all you, 0. Here's a 2 to 4,
What's that?
and that heavy mag if you need it or want it or would like to.
Oh, where's? Oh yeah, thanks.
Somebody shooting
Okay,
at us.
on 0.
Motherfucker.
No.
I feel like I'm gonna be getting shit in the middle of a fight. Ugh. Bad time.
The pizza, or you going for? Oh, so you're just trying to end the game now? Is that what's happening?
the fight. Well, I mean, I guess
It's
when
fine,
the
it's fine,
circle,
go ahead.
I'll need at
Do
least
whatever.
1 minute. In 1 minute, I gotta go do the pizza. I already ran back. Too late. Too late. I'm not fighting. I'm hiding in
Okay.
this thing.
I'm gonna shut the doors, so it's gonna make people think that no one's been here, so they're gonna come loot it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot them in their head.
That's sneaky as fuck.
But you know me, Mr. Sneaky McSneakerson.
Still the same old Jay, but he's been a little.
What?
Jay. I mean,
Shh, don't tell. Don't
same old Jay,
tell
but he's been a little
people.
Jay.
Don't.
Hey,
Yeah. I'll be right
God damn it!
hey.
Don't tell people that I'm gay. It's okay. It's 2019, man. I'm not defiling.
Is that just
Yeah, I'm
you?
defiling Grim's avatar.
Yeah, not that there's anything wrong with that. I mean,
I'm sticking my longbow in Grim's back.
Stego, you're like really obnoxiously getting stuck on shit. Bro, you are obnoxious.
Damn, you still 5 spots? Little ass circle.
Oh, you don't gotta punch the wall over it, bro.
Yeah, let's see if the circle kills anybody.
I'm so
Oh,
angry.
you
There's
can walk
somebody
through
right there.
that window? Oh,
Like a whole squad.
shit.
I see 2 of them. Somebody else is shooting at them.
So those two dudes ran around behind.
Grenade just went off like somewhere to our left.
Yeah, they're over there.
Oh, yep, they're definitely throwing grenades at us. We are in the center of everything. We need to pick a direction and go.
Let's get in that fucking trailer again.
Get a special
Oh, they're right here.
mystery man. I'm
Both of them.
Yeah, they're in the trailer.
Right there, right behind the boxes.
Oh, he got me, but I broke his shield. One's inside. One's coming out. Right behind you.
And there's teammate number 3.
We got sniped by the other fucking.
No, I think it was the 3rd teammate.
Yeah.
I think so.
Was it?
I don't know, maybe they're fighting right now?
Alright. I'm gonna go eat my pizza. I'll be back on.
Alright.
Okay. What brand pizza
Alright.
you cooking?
I don't know. Some Walmart, I think. Just cheese,
Oh, the
like round circles of mozzarella on it.
The Walmart
And then,
brand?
I guess. Maybe it's called Sam's. I don't know.
Goddamn, boy,
and
there's
then,
a box. Read it.
It's not in front of me. It's in the other room.
I'm just
And I'm
kidding.
putting, I forgot there's still some filet left in there. Next one I'll put that on top. So it's probably
Oh, you guys were telling me about some, was it a cheeseburger, Sam's brand pizza or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Super fucking good. Yeah.
I forgot to get one of those, man. Glad you brought up the pizza shit.
I mean, you still won't get it for like another 2 weeks.
Check it out.
I mean, it took you like 2.5 months to
Yeah.
find Takis.
It did. And then it was the worst
Yeah.
time.
Was it?
Rip my
Worst
testicle
ever.
lining out a day or two. But
Thanks a lot,
they
McCann.
were
Yeah.
delicious, though.
Well, he could only find the Fuego ones that are legitimately Fuego.
Yeah.
Fire. Yeah.
Alright.
Alright.
Yep.
I'll be back on the
I'm actually watching this squad duke it out. I mean, that's pretty. He's fucking jiggle peeking pretty nice.
All spots to sit. You can't sit on the porch, you know.
He's like jiggle peek, jiggle peek, jiggle peek, just a little bit. Go get him, Drift the Assassin. You got this. Okay, one down. Come on, Drift the Assassin.
Ow!
I'm rooting for this motherfucker. Oh. So 60 points, not bad. 4th place. I'm actually hungry now too.
I'm back, Joe. Give me just a second. I spilled my beer. It was mere drops of it, but gotta get it up. That's right. You can't be leaving bug attractants on the floor. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. Oh shit, that sounds good. It's weird to me that Walmart has both like Sam's Choice and Great Value. It's like Sam's Club and Walmart's the same company, so why don't they just call it the same shit? And don't they also have better value? Maybe not. I might be getting confused. Oh, okay. Yeah, and slap their name on it. Oh, okay. I wonder, like, yeah, I'd heard of that before, but you know, it's like, you wonder, like, which brand sells the same product cheapest. Hmm. Oh, did you say you saw this in a different store and it looked? Oh, they're trying to return it. From Walmart. Yeah. Man. Oh, yeah. You know, I feel like I may have just been getting confused, but like I was looking at Ziploc bags at Ingles, which is a big chain in the South, and I feel like it said on the Ziploc bags at Ingles, like it was a double seal or a double zipper or something, right? And then at Walmart, the same looking bags didn't say that on the box or something.
Yeah, it was probably something that was
Like even though they're
made
both Ziploc.
specifically for Walmart type of deal. Type of dealio.
Yeah. Do you have Costco's up there?
There's one that I know of. So yes, it is up here, but I only know where one is.
They're good. You can get a lot of fucking good deals there. It's like $60 a year, but for $5 a month, dude, it's worth it. Like on my glasses, I saved like 200. Even if you counted the cost of the membership, I probably saved $200 on my glasses or something. Like good quality fucking glasses with coatings pretty much as good as fucking Crizal, which is like the top coating you can do and shit. And like, it's just very. They got good deals on everything. You can get like 40 bottled waters for $3, like 16-ounce bottled waters. You can get whole rotisserie chickens, like 6-pound chickens for $5. All kinds of good deals.
Yeah, we thought about it. We went to the only one we know of. Me and Kim stopped in a little while ago and looked at it, and we thought about it. But then we realized that her parents have Sam's Club, or no, they have a BJ's membership. So like, why pay for it when we can just use theirs for free?
Wait, now what is BJ's?
Same basic thing. It's a. I don't know if. Yeah, it's a membership, big box store.
Yeah, if you can get it for free, that's better
Yeah.
than $60.
I need a gun, bow. Move.
Here's Eva.
Oh, okay. Found a Mozambique, and I was thinking Mozambique might be on fleek. But
Did you get the
yeah, I
Eva,
picked the
or did that other kid?
the Eva.
Okay.
Man, my toes are freezing. I need to put socks on after this game. The diabetes is really getting to me today. Always laughing at my misfortune, man.
Do you
No.
really have diabetes?
But you didn't know that when you laughed.
Oh, okay. No, I was laughing at the diabetes. Yeah. When I got diabetes, I only eat Quaker Oats 24 hours.
Yeah, that's a Wilford Brimley. You ever see the Family Guy skit where he's like, where it was like Peter's like, oh yeah, I'm glad we got this TiVo so I can fast forward through all these pesky shows and watch the commercials. And then he like does it, and it's the Wilford Brimley like talking about the Diabetes Foundation or whatever, and he's like, shit, how's it go? It was like last week, we ran out of vanilla ice cream, and I hit my wife. Then I found out, or I struck my wife. Then I found out my wife's been dead for 20 years. Who the hell did I hit? And then there's something else about where he kicked the dog. Something happened and he kicked the dog. It's really funny.
I ought to look that up on YouTube. That sounds pretty funny. Did you ever see the Family Guy? I think I only saw this episode in a clip. I mean, I only saw a clip of this, but like, Joe is the cop named Joe.
Yep.
In a wheelchair. Like, he has like a high-tech police van, and he's demonstrating to all of them how this robot
shit.
and it works. Oh,
Yep.
dudes.
They're fucking me up.
2 dudes.
Yep, robots pushing me.
Broke his
So
shield.
I hate when you take your sister's bitch. If you lose yours, then you take your sister's.
Oh, that caustic gas is.
Gas traps got me.
Come on, teammate, come back. We need you.
Got the other one. He turned a box. Suck it, kids. Welcome to the jungle.
Welcome to the jungle where you get shot in your fucking face.
Hey, that fits pretty good.
Yeah, man, I'm a musician.
Yeah, to me as a
Hey! Stop!
here's a couple of syringes.
Oh, you're the man, pots and pans.
Oh, our buddy faced in our direction 5 minutes after
Yeah.
the battle. That's cool.
Fucking
Maybe a wall.
don't let him get anything. I wish I needed that purple shotgun bolt. Cause I would.
Just so
Yeah.
you couldn't get it, bitch.
Oh, he's coming. I'm just gonna take it so the box isn't purple anymore. Just so he doesn't know what it was. It'll haunt him forever.
How do you bring up the ping circle?
You
again?
hold the button instead of
I mean,
tapping the.
no, never mind. Do you hear somebody? Yep. He's down.
Oh, he's coming. He's coming. Loot it quick. Get whatever's purple. Oh.
Another one.
Damn. I'm gonna.
The flatline might have become my favorite gun just then or something. I don't fucking know. Oh, goddamn! Hit! You get blue body shield, Joe.
Okay. Yeah. Let me get this guy up, and then I'm gonna run and grab that real quick.
Syringes.
Every legend is right. We raised a great stature and he gave it away. BMW X7. It's the biggest thing yet. The power of style.
And just grab the double tap. Yeah.
No less than interior.
So maybe I'll.
Oh, here's somebody else.
Really?
Ready to kill. I'm pretty sure. It may just be him rifling through that box.
Nope. He didn't fucking heal up.
Nope.
God damn it. Where they? I'm with you. Can I get a ping so I know where we're going? Okay. Oh, I heard them shielding up.
Got it.
Oh,
Oh, we got it.
yeah, that's all you. Get that gold knockdown.
Oh, noise. Oh shit, there's
Yeah,
somebody
they're shooting at
else.
our teammate.
Shield batteries.
They got a gold shield. Oh shit, they just fucked me up.
Where's he
He's up on
fucking
like
at?
that platform area.
Dude, this fuckhead keeps pinging the ground. Fucking
Alright, because he
moron.
wants to be picked up.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, well, crawl over here, you dumb fuck. Too bad.
Oh shit, there's people over there now.
Try not to be.
Yeah, let me
Yeah, let's
grab
get the
his
fuck
banner
outta
real
here.
quick. Let's go. Let's go. Just
Oh.
run. Just run. Oh, we're running the wrong
Yeah,
way.
we might, yeah, just run uphill, yeah.
Okay.
Here, I'll try to punch him. Damn, there's people up the fucking hill. Damn.
Yeah.
Go this
Alright, well,
way,
hopefully
go
they'll
this way.
converge and they'll all fight. And we'll just make them sad afterwards.
Yeah. We'll have to turn around in a second here, but... Okay, the wall's coming in. Let's just...
Well,
hold
no,
on
we
second.
got a minute before it starts moving.
Oh. Oh, okay.
What
Good
you
call.
do? You okay?
I thought it was coming in. Good call.
Lulu, you do not need to cry when you're subscribed. Wait around.
What time did they go to bed? Ah, wrong button. Shit.
Lulu, you're being ridiculous, kid.
We got people over there. They just blew my drone up.
Okay. You know how many
Just
you
one.
saw?
There's at least two though. I see two now.
I have a feeling like Stella took us somewhere.
Are we heading to the circle that's moving in now?
Okay, yeah. Good call.
Hey. Hey, can you shine that over here? Let's see. Oh, never mind. You got music playing. I was gonna move it over here. Yeah, that's true. Where the fuck did y'all put this other bottle at? It is. Look, why do they love... Stella, this is your ass.
Are you gonna sell them and then be like, oh?
I didn't. Hey. Oh, here. Oh, here.
Oh, I see dudes right down there.
Okay, caustic trap in there. Fucking you.
Down
Got 'em
behind
coming?
that.
Oh, there's more running that way.
Where is fucking... This Stego. I swear to God.
I got this fool.
There's a wraith over there. I'm coming to
He's
you.
got a
Sure, man.
Spitfire. Oh god, got hit by a gas trap.
Yeah, I broke
Down.
caustics.
Get in here. There's two on me. There's a caustic and a wraith.
There you
The
go.
caustic's in here.
Is
Caustic
the
right there.
fuck? Do you get stuck on air?
Our teammate's hiding. Oh, now he's running in. Now he's... God damn.
More fucking caustic traps. God damn it. Another caustic trap.
God, that caustic is a bitch.
No, I was gonna throw a fucking grenade in there at the caustic and the fucking. Ah!
Good try.
Ah!
Too many dudes.
Ah! Sorry, I got a little carried away. Just a little bit.
Well, I mean, you had to fight. There were probably squads behind us as well.
Yeah, because we ran away from three of them, and then that motherfucker with the motherfuckers.
If I hadn't got hit by a caustic trap, shit would have been over for that bitch. And I got one guy down, and I don't know if he got her up or what. It all happened so fast.
Yeah, it was insane.
Y'all are ridiculous.
I don't know who I gotta be. I forget what my challenges are. Ugh. Ugh.
Yeah, can you switch between challenges? I only see the challenges for the...
No, you have to, well, you have to go into,
the battle pass.
no, there's a thing, I think it's right below the event challenges. There's like a little box that says like week 3 or whatever. You click that and then that'll give you like this week's challenges, and then you can click like, maybe that gives you the daily challenges. And then you click like on the left, it'll show you like week 1, how many out of 7 you have completed. Week 2, how many out of 7. Week 3, and then you click on each of those boxes, and it brings up the week's challenges. I believe.
All right. Wait, I'm sorry, Joe. It's not that I wasn't paying attention to you, but I wasn't paying attention to you because I was paying attention to the jump. You click the box and it brings up the weeks challenges,
and then you'll see it'll say on the left, once you get into like that menu, it'll say on the left that there is like week 1 0 out of 7 or whatever, week 2 0 out of 7, or how many challenges you have completed, and then you click those little boxes, and then that tells you what those challenges for that week are.
every week's challenge. Okay. Thanks.
Sure thing. Oakley dokley, neighbor.
Here, Luna, you need to stop.
And that's why I will not miss not being able to have kids.
Well, she's being a little butt right now because she hates when her sister fucking touches her.
That's so weird.
Wait, are they touching each other and they're both crying?
It's like, wah! I'll make you cry. Wah! I'll make you cry. Wah!
I'm not touching you.
Yeah, I used to do that to my brother
Right.
all the time. I'm picking up all this heavy ammo, so if you need some, just let me know.
Alright.
Okay, you're here. I got surprises for you.
Oh, thanks. Heck yeah. Yeah, you.
And because I'm not gonna leave anything for our teammate, Footloose 54.
Yeah, obviously not a
Yeah.
contributor.
Maybe a contributor to the world's downfall, but
Yeah. Maybe if there's like a Kevin Bacon movie discussion group, he can contribute.
yeah, man. I mean, I like Footloose, but I don't like him.
You know, I've never seen.
What?
I mean, honestly, I like Kevin Bacon. Okay, I'm
What?
just fucking around, but I've never seen Footloose. Yeah.
What?
No, never seen Flashdance either.
I've never heard of Flashdance, but Footloose.
I think that's Swayze. I mean, granted, there's a lot of realism in a film about a town that bans dancing, but
Yeah, that's never happened to you? It's happened to me in my last 2 towns I lived in. Because dancing leads to sexual urges, and sexual urges leads to drinking. Drinking leads to the preacher's son driving his car off the bridge.
oh, is that what happened
Yeah.
in the fucking... I kind of want to see the movie because I like most, classic 80s movies, so...
But if you don't, you're not really... I mean, it's a good movie. It's got a good soundtrack. It's entertaining. But if you have a
Yeah.
problem with plot holes, you don't want to see it. Because, like, the famous scene from it, he gets, like, upset at... Cop, like, pulls him over and is, like... talks mean to him. And, like, flicks his, like, chin with his license. And he's, like, 17, so, like, he's so angry he has to go to, like, this abandoned factory and, like, play his radio really loud and drink half a beer and smoke part of a cigarette, throw the beer in and flip out and just start dancing. He's got to dance his... There's a blue shield on me.
Oh, that's pretty
Okay.
hilarious. I kind of want to see it just based on that.
Yeah. Well, you could Google that. You could... Ooh, I'm taking a charge rifle. Fuck what you heard.
Shit, it may be on a streaming service.
It probably is. I have it on DVD because I enjoy the movie. But yeah, you could probably Google Kevin Bacon. I'm sure you could. Kevin Bacon warehouse dance or something, and it'll be. You'll see it in all its glory.
Got those
Yeah.
moves.
And he does like gymnastics. It gets weird for a bit, but
Want to get real weird with it.
I'll take that. Bernie stick.
Luna.
Yeah, here you have
Estella,
this
stop touching her.
purple barrel.
Ooh,
You know
purple.
how she gets. She's bad enough already, Stella. Do not help.
Oh, nice. Teammate stopped jumping off when I dibsed it. Maybe he thinks there's a faster way to get there.
Yeah, this kid might be okay. He's not battle tested, but he's peeing shit.
Nice. It changes things. Now I'm ready to fuck.
I'll definitely see what we get up.
I could use like a sight for my charge rifle. Oh, he needs an extended leg. Okay, so he could have stole that and he didn't. He's a decent dude. I ain't mad at him.
Yeah, it's so surprising to see somebody like that.
Mine's better.
Blue ones and green ones
Like a
and red
rando.
ones. Look at this. Look at these two. 184 and 240 for the comparison.
Oh, somebody's zipping over. Top floor. I hit him for about 60.
They're on the top floor?
Yep, on the
Okay.
roof. On the roof. Where'd he go? He moved somewhere. Shit, where'd he go?
I heard a zip line. I thought it was you, but I could be wrong. There's a blue bag here.
No, he's
If
in.
you-
I saw that. I hit him as. he
Oh,
was
it's not you.
zipping
You
up.
don't need it. Never mind.
No.
I just thought while we were running around.
Oh, here's somebody
That's
else.
teammate. That's Footloose.
Okay. Okay, there's a Watson Berry over there, but that's where the guy zipped.
Or maybe he zipped back when he saw us and was like, I don't want no smoke.
Yeah.
Yep,
maybe
they're on the
so.
roof.
Oh, okay.
Are you ready to take the next step in your career? Graduate degree from Villanova University in Indiana. Visit our graduate open house on
Shit.
Tuesday,
He
October
fucked me up.
22nd from 5 to 7 p.m. to find out how Villanova can turn your passion into a successful future.
Damn, I can't even fucking see that dude no more.
Keep running.
Oh, there's somebody up here. Somebody up here. Oh no, they're shooting from the mountains. Shooting from the mountains.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna set a portal.
Okay. I only got one shield cell left.
I'm gonna set a good one here. I'm coming out on some stairs.
Nice. Good shit. And he followed. Yeah, he followed us. And he dropped shield cells for me. Footloose might be a decent dude.
Yeah, I've got a couple of cells too.
Thank you.
No problemo.
Do I hear footsteps in them for something? Maybe not. Maybe it was you guys.
I can't tell. Yeah. I don't hear any heavy footsteps.
Maybe it's the music I'm listening to. I don't know. Oh shit, I can smell my pizza. Alright, so it's a Pathfinder and a Gibraltar. Okay.
Yeah, I really don't have the gun for it.
We can go push them and get closer if you want.
Okay. Oh, they're fighting
Oh,
somebody.
you want a third?
There's
You want a
other
third
dudes
party
here.
then? Okay.
Already am.
Alright.
Oh, now there are two groups shooting at us.
Alright, I'm throwing my drone up just to give us some eyeballs so we know what the hell's happening here.
Yeah, good idea. Maybe EMP the strongest.
I'm getting the 3 right here. Behind this thing.
Okay, I'm getting out of this building. I'm coming towards you. I've got a Gibraltar shield up here.
One down. Oh, the Gibraltar got me. Nice.
I got the Gibraltar.
And we're being shot from the far. There's somebody sniping.
Shit.
Good shit. Oh, we got more. Shoot at you. Alright, I'm about. Okay, you already got my thing. Alright. I'm gonna go check my pizza.
Yeah, oh, ping some. Joe, ping a revive, if there is any. I don't even know if there are any. Oh, damn it. Oh, Footloose, come back, fool. Take the portal and run. Yeah, man, I mean, we're not loose enough. I don't know. Nothing I can do, Footloose. You should have fucking followed the...
Well, I mean, that's how he is. I mean, like, he couldn't just deal with the no dancing in the town. He had to be a renegade. Damn. Laser beaming fools.
Freaking laser.
Blasting on fools.
Dude, are you a shark with a laser beam on your head? That's what it looked like.
Oh, that shit was pretty fun.
Yeah, that was good.
Where the fuck is Grim, dude? How many pieces
He
did he cook?
probably fell asleep with his dick half in the stuffed crust. The stuffed crust? I don't know if he has stuffed crust. I have stuffed crust. So, that's how I'll be falling asleep.
Oh god. So
It's so good. I mean, like, most of them at Walmart you can get with the stuffed crust. So, like, why not? Like,
yeah. Another good brand, although I don't think they have the unique flavors Walmart has, is the fucking ones with the mustache on the box.
Pito
Screaming
pizza?
Sicilians.
Oh, Screaming Sicilians.
What? Did you
I
say
said
Guido
pedo pizza.
Oh, pedo pizza.
Well, I mean, not everybody who has a mustache is a pedophile, but all pedophiles have mustaches. So,
Right.
like, I got a mustache, but it's part of an ensemble. I mean, it goes with my chin, neck beard.
I think like somebody ought to have mutton chops that turn into a chin strap.
I mean, that's extreme. Like, that's
Yeah.
like, I mean,
Different.
I don't know. I don't even have the balls to try it.
Add in a face tattoo that says princess.
Princess. I mean, he probably.
God One
Oh,
Like
my
Critic says,
fucking- Oh, I thought
go
it
to
was.
game chat.
I don't care. Whatever you want to do.
about you wish you were in our
Okay.
exclusive party chat, bitch? Instead of going to game chat. How about that, critic?
Ready for this?
How about you follow our body language and fucking greatness and...
ZLG Mechanic says,
God damn it.
no thanks.
Oh, I thought that was him again. That's hilarious.
Like, he didn't ping anywhere. Where are we going? I'm just like landing in a parking lot.
I've never been in this game.
Oh, we got two people fighting here? One just arc starred the other?
Alright, I'm coming.
I'm down.
This motherfucker.
Well, now we look
Oh,
like
what?
fools.
He reloaded before I could reload and he shot me. Oh my god.
I'm like, no thanks. We don't want to go to your dumbass game chat. And then we die immediately. He's probably like, I told these fools. Told
Right.
them they should have came to game chat.
Yeah. I can't believe he's gonna save the day. God, okay.
And that's why you're not in our exclusive party, bitch.
I'm kinda glad he's yeah, I'm kinda glad he died so he wasn't like fucking told
Yeah.
you bitches.
Because that would have been awkward.
Yeah.
Dear Lord. That fucking pisses me off. Babe. I found a female 156. I said I found a female 156 tech para, so I would have had a male and a female, right? Guess what decides to come along and eat it? A 120 tech rex. So then my fucking 3 dinosaurs had to kill it.
Now, that sounds like pretty intense shit. Basically, like Jurassic Park over there,
What,
yeah.
one here? Yeah, well there's the regular dinos and then you got the tech version, which they're
Right.
mechanical. But you can, there's like different levels. There's like level 1 up to like regular level 150. But a fucking 120 T-Rex, they're strong as shit. Fucking came up and started eating the tech parasaur that I was trying to tame. You have to basically shoot it with tranquilizers,
So hold on, it's eating a robot?
give it some narcotics.
Because the tech
Huh?
parasaur is a robot, isn't it? So it's just eating
Yeah.
a robot? Like, what
Yeah.
kind of...
Is it like a partially biological robot, like a cyborg?
Oh,
Yeah, they're
okay.
they're half they're
Okay.
like bionic.
I thought it was just like a robot, and it's just like, I'm just gonna eat up all this metal and wires because I'm a dickhead.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, but that's basically what he is. But you get the regular ones and then you get the tech ones. The tech ones are cool as shit looking. They're all robotic looking. But you tame them the same way you tame other things. Like meat eaters, you give them like meat. If you find prime raw meat, then it tames them faster. But fried meat goes bad faster. They spoil, and they're harder to fry. It's harder to fry because you got to kill like carnivores
Okay.
or really big dinosaurs to get fried meat.
Yeah, I never made it that far, which... I stopped...
You want to run
Sure.
towards this kid?
I stopped playing because I would wind up with like I would start spawning in and it was always in somebody's area or like too close to somebody's area to like do anything, and then I actually one time spawned inside somebody's area and I couldn't get out and they had like the thing locked, so like I couldn't do anything. So I was just like inside there. I was outside their house, but outside their like, or inside their yard, but like outside their house. And I was just like,
Yo, Yeah, the one way to do that is like look for their shit, go through their shit, take weapons and shit, and then just destroy their walls and shit.
I couldn't find anything. They had like dinosaurs and stuff outside, but I couldn't figure out how to do anything. Oh, I found the house where they're at. Oh shit. No, I'm coming to you.
I'm coming, Jeff.
He was just, he didn't see me. They're definitely in that building.
Almost, they're gonna do that, get stuck.
Okay.
I knew you were gonna get stuck because you're a fucking idiot. I gotta hop on you.
There's one over there.
I'm looking for a better second weapon. Apparently it's an Eva.
I saw 2 people in that building.
Okay. Was this a scout? Yes, it is. Okay, cool. Sweet fucking beans. Oh, yeah, 1 and 2. I'll take that. Alright. Alright, wherever you want to go. I'm ready to rock and roll out.
Okay.
Oh, I also want to check something real quick.
Getting stuck on some shit too.
One of those games that we just played with Grim, this bin wasn't here. Yeah, I was trying to say that, but like Grim was already running across the street to like this building. But yeah, I was like, what the fuck? Like this, how's this not here? Like, why is this?
Is that loud ass?
Oh, it's a train.
What is that fucking?
It's over this way.
Bro, you just pushed me over a rock. What, sweetheart?
You have a heavy gun?
Got a gold
Oh, nice.
cargo.
I got a blue heavy clip if you need it.
Oh, just a fucking.
Oh,
grid
and a vault
side.
key.
Oh, a vault key.
There's a
Okay.
purple knockdown shield here. You don't need that?
There's a vault here, but we'll have to. No, go for it. We'll have to go around this fucking mountain.
Terrace, get the fuck out of the way.
Bum, 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 bum.
I'm throwing a zip
Okay.
line.
Oh, some Crombie JG is being a dipshit.
What's he doing?
He's pinging somebody's like by him and he's just sitting there. Oh, and somebody's sniping at me.
I guess he'll have to
Yeah.
suffer and die. Let's go for this vault. Fuck that dumbass. I'm tired of
Yep.
randoms not playing with the team and just screwing around.
I concur. This
You can screw around too much.
is serious business here.
That's right. Got no time for bullshit. So after we get to our next right, where we can go into the cave or whatever, there's the vault.
Okay.
The Stegosaurus is stuck again. Oh my god, it was already up the hill. Holy shit.
Wow, Oh, this kid on our team's a moron.
Yeah, I think he's just sitting still.
Does he want us to come back and, like, coddle his balls?
I don't know, but I don't coddle balls no more. I mean,
Hell no. Got sick of that.
it's not in my contract no more.
Man, there's no purple armor in here. There's a purple helmet.
Purple bag was, I mean, good enough for me, man. All this. Hey, you
Yeah,
should
that's
take that, the purple.
I got
Okay.
a brought down shield. Does this kid want a timeout?
Motherfucker, no.
What's he doing? Where's he at?
No, no.
Oh, he's finally getting the picture. Here, shit for brains.
Can we shut this door? No.
Oh, that's weird. You can't shut vault doors. Oh yeah, we can. I guess we can hang out here, bring the circle, whatever.
This is a new party spot.
Yeah.
Footloose. Everybody gonna be loose. Footloose. Put on your Sunday shoes.
You about to go to bed, girl.
I mean, it's only 3 a.m.
That's, they got up late as shit though.
Oh, he's droning.
Lulu, stop. Here. There. Lay on there.
That pizza smells good. I can smell it. There's a purple death box. Oh, it's just
Oh, where?
2 purple shotgun bolts.
Oh, okay.
2 of them. Oh, here's another one hiding in the corner. 4 to 8 sniper. I ain't take nothing out of either. Stop yelling at me.
Grim must have went to sleep or something.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. I mean, normally he would at least... Maybe he did text me.
He's still in the party.
I
Oh no, this motherfucker's gonna be stuck in the water and drown. Come on, man. Pterodactyl, get the fuck out of my way, dude. Dude, you're pushing me on the water. Get the fuck off of me. Damn.
Man drowns because pterodactyl panics in water.
No, he fucking follows you, but like he's fucking when these pterodons follow you, they like fly circles around you. And when you're swimming, they're like right above your fucking head. And every time they move, they like smack you side to side. So like it just keeps knocking you onto the water.
I think it's about time you cut that pterodon's throat and leave it to die.
Well, I need them to fly places.
I guess dude picked up a Kraber or something.
Because you can hop on the pterodon and just
Oh, that's
fly.
pretty sweet.
Or you get around the map faster.
Oh, right there.
Dude's in the tunnel.
I got grenades too, bro.
Flowers is these fucking daggers back here.
How did none of those 6 grenades hit them?
I broke one of their shields.
Broke one shield,
I'm on a silver. God damn.
one down.
They're cutting me out. I'm gonna self-revive if I can.
Oh, it's a Mirage just went. Alright, one's down. I don't know where the Mirage is.
Go to work, kid. Go to work.
There's a Mirage who went invisible and ran away. Oh, he's over there.
Yep. I hit him for about 80. I hit him more. Coming at you, coming at you. Oh, stupid.
There we go.
Thank you.
Shit, we're another fucking party.
Shit. If you see an enemy, let me know. Ping
Okay.
over if you can.
Here.
I'm
Okay.
already almost healed.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Here.
Yeah, whatever. Pick
Take
up.
it, take it, take it, take it, take it, take it. Take it, take it, take it, take it.
Okay. There's a purple boss up here that you killed, and a gold one. All
Ooh,
kinds of good
Guardian
shit in
Angel
here.
backpack. I will take that shit.
Two other squads. We might ought to like hide among the rocks and ambush them like we've been ambushed by fuckers.
Yeah. Oh shit, I have a ridiculous amount of heals. Do you have heals?
Yeah.
So I got this.
I got him. I got plenty of
Okay.
heals, thanks. So.
And then I'm gonna take them back. I'm taking them back.
I think this is a good spot. That storm might kill one of these squads.
Right there.
What was that sound?
Oh, and somebody just shot at
Okay.
them.
I hit one of them for about.
Broke the
50
Gibraltar's arm shield. Broke their actual shield. I'm Phoenix kidding up.
Oh, they're on two sides of us.
Shit.
I'm getting on the fucking train a second.
Alright. I'm on the train too.
Shit. Oh, I'm down. He got one guy down here.
Oh no! What is our teammate doing? What are you doing?
Oh,
He was hiding behind the fucking box looting, I think. There's a loot box. Oh my god.
What a failure, dude. That dude is such a failure.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh my god. Did he not hear the gunshot? We could've
We
won
definitely
that
should have.
match. That kid was looting a box. When we were in, he was looting a box when we were
Yeah.
in the back. Oh, gunfire was going on all around. Oh my god.
That's
Kids are fucking stupid.
like, we should have fucking had that.
Wow. Yeah, that was ridiculous. Hey, just for a
He had
second,
a
we switched to
teammate
rank.
that
Yeah.
decided to loot instead
Yeah.
of helping.
And it's not like he was off looting somewhere else.
Yeah, we were all together. We were like.
Yeah, somebody downed somebody, and he
in the
hid
back.
behind like one of the loot bins that open up, like the red and white Jones. Yeah, hid behind that and was looting another fucking thing, and then we both go down
And then he got killed by the
while he was
same
still
kid.
looting.
I just wanted to see how many points
Okay.
I had, Joe.
A mother.
Yeah, that shit was
Fucker, man.
ridiculous. We would have won that game probably.
Yeah, I mean we were putting some work in.
He had
Yeah.
pulled his trigger. Oh, seriously? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and then we would have healed and had that other squad. Oh, that's a weird skin. On the Pathfinder there? Oh. Cut that pizza. Cut it with your strong hand.
It's the strong hand. Yeah.
I'm gonna jump for the far side of the city. Alright. You're gonna be late to the party, and I'm gonna try to kinda land behind a building where you'll be hidden. Okay.
Pizza's down. Gotta pull my pants up. Pants are up. And I'm sitting. And I'm ready to kill. Oh, there's a gold bag in this building. I like landed right by the window. It's on the second floor. Don't let teammate get it. Alright, I got it. Oh, teammate's going for it. Oh, he got it. No. And he just got that shit.
you
Yo,
little
what the
bitch-ass
fuck, bro?
teammate.
Like, just stealing all the goddamn loot that I was fucking going.
45 alternator over here.
He grabbed that and then he grabbed the big shield thing that I was just fucking going for. Damn it.
You have
No.
an energy gun?
I'm double light at the moment. So fuck Dazed and Blazed 710. He's on his own. Unless he really steps his fucking game up.
Like 710, man. That's 420 plus
And plus numbers.
290.
But there's no way a 420 dude would figure that shit out. Alright, I just picked up an energy gun. I don't know. I picked up energy ammo. I don't know if I'm gonna use it.
I've got a turbocharger. I said that.
Well, fuck yes, I got an energy gun if you don't want it.
No, I don't.
Thank you.
Oh, shit's going down.
I'm gonna bite my pizza real quick.
It's in or pass. Okay. I hear somebody on the outside of this wall or something. Oh, going up in that building.
Alright.
I don't even want to hit that drone. Dude, just jump down. Two
Okay,
guys
I'm right behind you.
here. Alright, I'm with you. Bunches of dudes in here.
Come on,
Bonnie.
teammate, come. Oh, behind us?
Second floor.
Fuck, put me down.
Oh shit. Oh shit, where's he at? Oh my god. Oh my god. People everywhere, I'm a dead man. I have
You over here
no
growling and
heals.
shit?
I'm coming to get you.
Me too. I'll drop my heal drone as soon as I get up.
Alright. Maybe there's some shitting. Somebody down our team.
Yeah. There's so many purple boxes, I'm gonna
Yeah.
so I can get a better shield.
Shit. Getting shot from way over there.
Oh yep, yep. Yep, me too.
Chasing him down like a maniac. I broke his shield. He's hurt real bad.
Okay.
Hurt man.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Right on my box. He's still on the
Oh, I
box.
see your box, I don't know where you...
Oh, that was you. That was you. Yeah.
Alright, can you ping the closest thing? Okay.
Maybe this kid can shoot a zip line if he's on his game.
How? Asking you shall receive.
Oh, he did. Nice. I would almost win in the game chat if he had asked, but after that zip line.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
maybe
that,
not, maybe not.
the zip line forgives the snatching the gold bag. I'll forgive it.
Oh yeah. Bag snatcher.
Alright, there's nothing but Mozambiques in here.
Bag snatching in the first degree.
But I can drop you a 45 or a Havoc with a turbocharger, whichever you want. Just till we get back to your box. You can have those.
Yeah, there might be some shit in this building here.
No, that's where Mozambiques are.
Oh. Well, I'll just take a Mozambique and
Okay.
go back to the box.
Zip line's back here.
Thank you. I didn't have much in well, I had a Eva with double tap.
Now it's a bit of a guessing game. Maybe it was over here. Yeah, there it is.
Thanks. Oh shit, more stuff going down.
That's how winning is done. Oh, these aren't looted.
Oh, good eye.
I'll take that guy. Yeah, I'll do that as well.
Oh shit. They're close to us too, Joe. I
Okay.
hear 'em. Oh, I hear them right in my face. Where are they?
Up here somewhere? That's where he pinged anyway. Oh shit, there's a fucking. Oh yeah, they're right here.
Coming, Joe. I'm right behind you.
I guess they jumped off. We just got pinged.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, ring's hitting us. Oh, what's this?
What's this? Oh my god, how far do we have to go? Fuck.
Flatline. Yeah, I don't know.
Down them.
Oh, I'm a dead man. Shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got caught.
that sucked. Oh well.
Yeah, I gotta pee, so enjoy your
Okay.
minute, man.
I'm enjoying it already. Just looking at it.
Beep, burb.
Nothing like 3 a.m. pizza.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to put ZLG in your name somewhere, absolutely go for it. I talked to some people on Facebook a little bit, and I talked to. I mean, that's really where I talk to people. But I did just play Minecraft with Nerdy the other day. So, and since Minecraft is a new thing for me, one of my new obsessions, I plan on playing it again with her. But yeah, other than that, there's not really, like, I talk to Phantom's brother more than I talk to Phantom now. Phantom just had a kid, actually.
Well,
Yeah.
really?
But yeah, so like, hopefully when Bless the open beta comes out like November 7th or something, hopefully when that comes out, people will reconverge, reconform Voltron again. But I don't know. Zed had some of his real life friends join, but again, nobody's really playing the same game. So I tried to get everybody into streaming. That didn't really work. Zed streams a little bit. Picked up a new kid who played Apex with him, but he streams. I don't think, not regularly, but he streams whatever. Ram. But yeah, it's mostly just like me and Zed. We're like trying to. I don't know if you saw the Facebook group or in the Discord. The shirt that we worked on, like a new logo, and it's whatever. But then I put that for like a shirt, just so like we can start kind of building the cash flow for the group. And then I designed another shirt that is strictly for cost. No money's being made, but I'm doing it through a screen printer. A buddy of mine actually screen prints, which I didn't know until like mid-September. So he works at a I think it used to be Rush Order Tees. Now it's Printify or something. I think it's like the old, or part of the old craft building, or the old Nabisco building. It's somewhere up there.
Okay.
And
Right
yeah,
off on the boulevard?
and so he can get it to me. The cost to create the screen is between $15 and $20. Employee cost is $10, so he can get it to us for $10, but it's $10 per screen. So the more colors, the more is more screens. So I was able to cut it down so it should be one screen, and then big and tall is cost more and whatever. And I can actually get tall T-shirts, which I couldn't get from other places, which is a fucking problem. But I can get them from. He can order them. But anyway, there's a post in the Facebook and the Discord about it. And it's just like, it's like a GG with a Zero Logic written across the center. And that, if you're interested, let me know your size, and the size that you would want. It would be, once I get everybody who wants it, then I'm gonna go and see what it would cost for each shirt. And then what it's gonna be is like, some shirts might be like $5 and some shirts are gonna be $10. It's not gonna be, oh, you got a smaller shirt so you paid $5. We're gonna break it down across the board. So whatever it costs for the screen's gonna be like $10. We're gonna pay him a little bit of labor. Depends on how many shirts we get. If it's only a couple, so far it's me, Zed, and Vox are the only three who said we want shirts. So if it's just that, he'll do it for free. If it's just gonna be like 4 shirts or 5 shirts, but if we can get like, but then it's gonna cost more per shirt for each person. But if we can get like 20 shirts or whatever, it'll be cheaper because we're gonna, you know, I mean, it's divided across more people.
Yes.
So, but yeah, so then I'm gonna give everybody, whoever wants it, I'm gonna give them a price in the shirt, and if they still want it, then I'll figure out what shipping would cost from Philly to wherever the fuck they live. And see, and then that's the.
Well, yeah, let me know. 'Cause, yeah,
Shit.
Okay, on my way.
But I would rather
Got
get
him.
my name. I would rather get my name set up first. I'll probably change my name.
Okay.
So,
I got no health
or I can
deals,
change
but I
it.
killed
Unless you
that
change it to what I tried to do on this account, it'll be ZLG crazy.
Okay, you can actually check. I googled.
So,
I'm coming to you, Zero. I googled it, and there's actually like a website where you can check. Yep.
Like it.
Then you can check to see if it's available and stuff.
That kid might have had some sweet shit in his box.
on this account, I checked on this account for Crazy Ninja, ZLG Crazy Ninja, and then it said $10. I was like, fuck. So I figured I'd try the other account, the Mr. No Pullout, and see if I could change it there. But it said that was taken, so I tried Crazy,
That's
Another kid.
correct.
Crazy Ninja with a K,
Okay.
and it said it was okay. So I was like, oh, I checked it with
He's
this
ran
account, so
somewhere.
I guess it took it. You know
Oh.
what I'm saying?
Well, no, because I think if you didn't pay the $10, I don't know.
I don't know.
Fuck.
I'm gonna actually have to get off.
Okay.
Because I've been on here for a second.
All right.
But yeah. Friday or Saturday, I know my lady is going to spend a day with her friend. So I'll be able to be on like all day because I think she's getting a babysitter
Okay.
too. So
Alright.
the littles won't be screaming in everybody's ear. So I can
Okay.
play with y'all.
Saturday, I have a Halloween party.
Get in the market, you can see if you
yeah.
feel.
Yeah.
Because I actually built my own server.
Okay.
And it's open, but it's kind of like invite only. I can invite you. Nobody
Okay.
else joins it because I created it and it's not active, so we can like. But it is boosted, so like you change
Okay.
shit faster and shit, but it's easier to get a touch of it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Saturday I got a Halloween party at like 6. So if I get everything done before that,
So
I'll be free.
Friday or Saturday.
Friday, yeah, I don't think I have anything going on. I'll be free, and then I'll be streaming again at 10 o'clock on Friday. So I'll definitely be gaming Friday.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
But yeah, good talking to you, man.
All right, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll talk to you next couple of
I'm,
days.
like trying to get back in touch.
Yeah, I've been.
But by the time I get home, it's like 2 o'clock or 1:30, and then I'm trying to spend at least a little time with her. And then we get into a show, and it's like 4 o'clock.
Yeah, it gets a little. Yeah, it's tough with like tax season's done now, but like Kim was like getting home like 9 o'clock, and then like so we're hanging out. So I was like late to like every stream at 10 because I'm trying to hang out with her, spend time with her, and it's just.
Right.
But all that's done. She should be home normal time. From now until like February, so all streams should be on time from here on out.
Yeah, well, I started a new job at Spectrum, so I don't get done till
Oh shit! Okay,
so,
moving up.
yeah. So, but yeah, I'll definitely
Alright.
keep in touch, and then you'll notice. Just look out for me when my gamer tag will probably
Okay,
change. So.
will do. All right, adios, Blade.
Zero, it was nice meeting you, man.
Yeah, you too. Have a good one, Blake.
You too, man.
He's the guy. I don't know if I told you this story. Probably, but the friendiversary that me and Grim were having. Yeah. Okay. So you sound like you've never heard of that. Okay. So we were trying to have a friendiversary, like September 25th or something. And it came about because that guy Blade. I went to technical school with him. I went and like learned to be a mechanic with him. So he called me in like April and was like, yo, buddy, you know what today is? And I'm like, no, it's like Tuesday. I don't know. He goes, oh, it's April, whatever, 22nd or something. He's like, it's been 5 years since we've known each other. Like, you know, like, whatever. You're like stuck around this long. Like, what's wrong with you? So I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I mean, I would never even realize it's been 5 years, except like he happened to see the date and then was like, oh shit, like it's whatever. So anyway, so then I was talking to Kim about it, and Kim's like, well, if it's been 5 years for him, how long have you known like Grim, or what she didn't call him Grim, but you know, call him by his real name? How long have you known him? And I'm like, I don't know. We did the math, and it was like 25 years. So then it was like, oh shit, well maybe we should do something for 25 years.
Yeah, that's you don't even think about that stuff really. I mean, but yeah.
So that's where that came from. It's all thanks to Blade.
Yeah, cool.
There's a U site here if you want it. Love 1XU.
I got a couple good shots.
Yeah, he's also one of the. It was weird that he asked like if he could change his name to ZLG something, because he's actually one of the. Oh shit! I said it too. One of the founding members. It was me, him, and Zed.
You need a double tap?
No.
Personal market.
Oh, there's a. Level 2 body shield in that. The sky penis.
Oh. What, in the bottom of it?
Yeah, it was like inside, I believe. So you go in one of those doors. Take this double tap. Maybe I'll switch it if I see a scout or something. I don't know. We'll see how I feel. Because I rarely get to have both. I rarely find a scout and a double tap in the same game.
Yeah, me either. It is cool when you do, but
Yeah, I really like it. If I'm lucky enough to hit both shots. So all of a sudden, bam, 60 damage.
yeah, it's not the same. It'd be cool if they both landed in
Mhm.
the same spot instead of making the gun kick. Be a lot cooler if you did.
Yeah. Be super nice. I guess I waited too long. What was energy ammo that I dibbed somewhere, I thought? And it's gone. So I waited too long to go pick it up. God damn it, Joe.
Yeah, you know, I haven't seen much.
I have 80, so I have enough. Oh, shit, the wall's here.
Oh shit, I thought we were within the... Oh wow, we're way far away. Going for this gap.
I'm going for the gap. It's always a man's unspoken tactics.
Right. Precision. Oh, no, he's not.
Okay, it's not too much further.
No. Oh, energy ammo and.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll get it. I got it.
Okay, thank you much. Yeah, I have 4 syringes.
Trouble. Oh, you're the medical.
Oh shit, yeah, so I could have just... I could have done it myself. Forgot about that.
No problem. I didn't even use my shit, so.
How much energy ammo was it?
Oh, 40
Oh,
60
shit.
rounds.
Nice. I'm dropping 60 rounds of heavy if you need it.
Oh, shit.
Oh, mad killer. Oh shit. That was the best pop. That was me. That was me.
Oh, behind us.
That was me.
Fuck. Oh, okay.
I was moving my hands under the desk and I bumped the trigger. Yes, literal. Literal. It was a little real despot.
Did he kill that kid?
I don't think so. Oh, sorry, I got my special to call in. I'm just gonna call it in. It's back in the corner there. We'll hunt this dude.
I want to know where these fucking guys went. Maybe it was just one guy.
Yeah, I did only see one,
No.
so could have been.
As soon as you loot your package, we ought to go.
Oh, purple shielder! You should come get that. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Here we go. Champions.
Yeah. Watch out for this kid. Big things in the care package.
Oh, this is interesting.
Oh, I see an enemy. I see an enemy right there. I think it's that guy that ran.
Hit him for 27.
Fuck.
I don't. Maybe he did have a shield. I don't know.
Oh, here's
Oh,
somebody else
he's
over
climbing.
there. Yep. Other side of this.
Hit him for 48. Broke the shield. He's grenading at me. Oh shit.
Oh shit, kid's behind us.
How the fuck did he get so far?
Got one behind us. I got him.
Oh shit, there's. Oh nice. Oh no, that's not our teammate.
Shit mechanic. Can you
No.
retreat? Can you
No, I was fucking cornered. This person came in and killed the person I was shooting. I thought it was you. I thought it was.
Oh god damn, he melted me. How did he kill me so fucking quick from 200, dude?
I don't know. Some of these people. I'm
Fucking
thinking they got
bullshit.
codes in or some shit. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, man. What's our goddamn teammate doing? Is he just
Looks like he's shooting at a wall. I don't know.
diddling his diddle? God. Kid, you're so fucking bad. You're so fucking bad. I don't know how that. I've got to look at the death recap because that's bullshit, dude. Yeah, okay, dude, okay. Whatever. So in the time I did 36 damage with a 301 to him, he did 204 damage with an R99. I don't
That's
fucking
insane.
believe that, dude.
Like,
He was a Gibraltar. Maybe my shit was eating up the shield. I don't
maybe.
know. That's bullshit. I guess if he had his full shield, plus he's got that damage debuff, maybe I can understand that. It just pisses me off though.
Yeah, I mean,
I probably just got like one more
Okay.
in me. I need to get a bite to eat myself.
oh,
make it
let's
hot.
make it hot. My shirt's coming off. And that'll make my one streamer run away as quickly as possible.
Yeah, little eye candy for the viewers.
You just use your imagination. Pretend all this hair isn't here. Imagine the beauty you'd be staring at.
I know what you're thinking, looking at the beard, thinking I'm a hairy guy, right? Shave.
What's that from?
It's regular guys. When they go to Will Ferrell's ex-wife's house,
Oh, mm-hmm.
she's got the creepy husband that wants him to,
Yeah.
to screw her. Come back and have sex with my wife.
Yeah.
I saw some fucking screenshot of a tweet or something by some dude who was like a, you know, willing cuckold or whatever, and he was talking about the dude. They found out the dude that fucks his wife was HIV.
No way.
And it excited him, and he was like, and his wife was pregnant,
And the baby had AIDS?
Oh, the thought of, yeah, no, the wife, like, the dude would wear a condom, but he had AIDS, and he was like, getting excited that his wife was having sex with a dude with AIDS while she was pregnant, and he was like, just that thin layer of latex
Could ruin my life.
you know, AIDS. Yeah, I hope it was like fake. You know, I hope it was just bullshit for shock value. But if not, that's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Like what a.
Like, well, I mean, I don't know, because like I'm not one to like.
I mean, they can do what they want, but they got a
Right.
baby. Like, I mean, she's pregnant and do it. I mean,
Right, like you.
that's some Nazi ass shit.
Yeah, I mean, if she's into it,
Yeah, I mean, I don't care about her, but I mean, having a baby that's
right,
risking infecting
a baby,
with
yeah, who
AIDS.
didn't ask to be born, didn't ask for any of this, and you're risking to fucking ruin its fucking life.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I don't care what they do. I mean, they obviously are.
All right, I'm leaving. This dude is now moving. He wasn't moving for the longest time.
Yeah, well, I've got to see what this fool is doing. I've just got to watch his.
Yeah, he's looting now, but he wasn't for the longest time.
Oh, he was
Yeah.
just fucking standing. Oh my gosh. I want to see what he does. Let's see if he's some kind of.
Well, not just standing there. He landed and
Oh, did-
crouched. He was like looking at the floor when I first went through his thing.
What,
Yeah,
are
I
you
thought he was like.
serious?
Yeah, I thought he was down at
I'll
first.
play another one.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
ridiculous, dude. I downed the one kid, and his two buddies were in the room after I downed him, but they didn't immediately kill me.
Yeah, I just.
Wait, how did I down that kid? I only did 42.
I fought him before. He's the one that downed me.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I did. I don't know what I did to him, but I got enough shots with the alternator into him.
Yeah, he was very weak. Yeah, I really like the alternator. It's not, you know, I'd rather have other guns up very close, but like if you get a little bit of range, it's more accurate than, you know, like the 99 and maybe more than the 301. Less recoil, maybe, I don't know.
I would say so. It fires slower than, definitely than maybe slower than the 301 also, but
It does.
but
it's
it's
slower
and
than
it's
normal.
actually I read a thing or I heard maybe Bangalore said it because she like tells you stuff about the guns you ping, and I don't know where I found out, but it actually has two barrels. So it fires, that's why it's the alternator. It fires alternating barrels to fire faster, I think, but it's still like one of the slowest light weapons you could pick up.
What does it do more damage per bullet though than like say a 301?
Not more than a 301. It does more than a 99. At least it used to. Back when the game first came out, I did like a test run in the training area, and it was like, I think it did like 14 per bullet, and the 99 did 13 per
Versus
bullet.
11
The
or something.
301, I think, does, maybe the 301 does do 11, actually. I forget now.
I think that was the old single fire damage. I don't know what it does now, but
Yeah, I forget. It's been a while since I did it. But I just did it. Yeah, I got a Prowler. But I did it because, like, I would always have this question, like, what is more... Like, which gun would I be better to have if... Whatever. Like, I have a Hemlock and there's a Flatline.
Yeah.
Which one is gonna do me more damage? Like what, like, to kind of, to try to weigh things. Like, alright, if it's... Like, obviously the Flatline's automatic and the Hemlock is a 3-round burst or single. Well, they both can be single, but then it's like, is there a benefit to having the Hemlock over the Flatline at all, or is it just strictly like I should just take it because it's got the automatic? I mean, it's that sort of thing. I spend like, I don't know, 20 minutes or so in the 25 minutes in the training grounds, just shooting shit. And
I forgot about that part of the training. Do they have like every
Yeah.
gun in the training?
Yep.
You can try them all?
And I heard, I don't know if they updated it, but they were going to, or they are going to, where it'll have all the attachments also, so you can actually learn what, or maybe just the sights, maybe not all the attachments, but the sights, so you can see what it's like to use, so you don't have to figure that stuff out like in the heat of battle.
Nice.
If I had the patience, I would also, like, every guide that I, like, or every video I watch on, like, Apex, like, how to do things better. So is it go to the training ground and just fire your weapon and look at how everything is, what the recoil of every weapon is. Learn the recoil, then you can learn how to control it. And, I mean, some people must, because, I watch
Yeah,
iTemp on YouTube. Is iTemp plays, and he is insane. Fucking insane. His ability to.
How do you get to the training ground? Go to where it has Apex,
Yeah.
Apex,
Yep.
competitive, and so on. And okay. I don't even, it doesn't even register when I look at it because, you know, I'm not used to, I did it when I first started.
Yeah, and that was the only
Never again, I
time he
guess.
needed to. Oh, there's a bunch of light ammo down here. Were you guys down here? Oh, there's a 99 too. Alright, I'm dropping this
there.
Prowler. Yeah, I'll drop that. There's 40
Med
heavy
kit
rounds
from
if you need them. Okay.
Our dude's about to get it, I think. I don't even have a backpack.
Yeah, I just got a bitch ass bag.
He didn't respond.
He's just lying to me.
I don't think.
He's just lying to me. Oh yeah, he pinged like the fucking door.
Yeah,
Oh,
heavy
there's
ammo.
a oh, you need heavy ammo? Shit. Yeah, I can
you
spare
got
some. I just dropped 40 of it under the bridge. Here. Yeah.
Thanks. You
I saw
a guy?
a Lifeline care package get dropped.
Okay.
God damn, you need heavy ammo too, bro. You need to go get a job. Okay, that's you. Blue knockdown.
Thank you.
I don't see more heavy. There's a bunch of light. And there's a
Yeah, when
scout.
you don't need it.
Yeah, here. Alright, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna swap for this scout and I'll give you all my heavy. If you still need it. Or you can share with.
I've got decent
Alright.
ammo. I've got decent. I'll take one box. Shit, circle. We're just outside.
Grab the heavy ammo, Dick. You needed heavy ammo. You're a fucking
Well,
asshole.
throw
Alright.
I'm throwing a zip
Alright.
line right on me. Shit going down right in front of us.
Alright.
Over there.
We're both calling in our care packages, and it's just a fight to the death to see who can actually get them. Whoever wins this fight gets both care packages.
Oh, hell no. I was counting on you to make up for my fucking. Oh, that's not.
Fuck, man.
You're surrounded. You're surrounded. Fuck.
That sucked.
I came in there and just failed at firing at that lifeline, and then our buddy came in and failed
It's alright.
too.
It's all his fault.
I blame it.
Yeah, no, 100%.
I guess I got.
Alright, I don't want to keep you up, or I don't want you to starve to death or anything.
No, it ain't that. It ain't that. I still got the hunger.
Got this vicious hunger. I have to prowl the night and look for pizza to eat. I mean, if I could be a vampire and like live off of pizza, but like get all the abilities a vampire gets, which I actually think about a lot because I'm a fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
I think about, I do it to try to motivate myself. I'm a huge procrastinator. I will put off, like, why do anything today when you can put it off till tomorrow? It's like basically how I live my life. I don't want to live that way. I just do.
Yeah, I do that sometimes. A lot.
So I think to myself, like, you see like the movies or shows with vampires, and they're always like super rich, and they have like all these like things that they've collected over the millennia that they've been alive. And
Yeah, playing baseball, sparkling.
well, yes, that. But anything, any vampire, they always like.
No, I hear you.
So I think about it like, if I were immortal, if I found out I was immortal, the first, I don't know, 100 years probably, I would do all types of crazy shit and do all this like stuff I shouldn't be doing. But then eventually you get tired of that, and then at some point you're like, you know what? I'm tired of like, because you can't die, so like you're gonna be. I would do like all these like crazy hard things to like get money, and then just like
I don't even know what I would do. You know what I mean? Just like probably drugs. I don't know. Because I can't die. You know what I mean? Like, just like I can do anything I want. And I'm going to wake up tomorrow. You know what I mean? So, like,
Right.
I could take out all these like drug lords and whatever. Because, like, bullets aren't going to kill me. That type of thing. And then once all of that dies down, like, then eventually, like, I'm going to build an empire. You know, I'm going to build a business and whatever. And you start to sacrifice and whatever to make, like, tomorrow better. Because it's like, you're going to be alive forever anyway. So, like, what's, like, dealing with
Yeah.
a shitty 10 years or a shitty 50 or 100 years even if the rest of forever is good. You know what I mean? So like I think about that and I try to think like I'm basically doing that. Like I don't know how old I'm gonna be, but I'm living like I'm only gonna be 35. You know what I mean? Like I'm not looking towards the future. Like I don't really have any plans. I mean, like I'm not like building anything for the future. I'm just kind of fucking wasting away. So I think about that and I try to think like almost envision myself, okay, I'm 100 years after I found out I was immortal. It's time to shape up, because what's the next couple bullshit years
Right.
if I can get the rest of my life to be better?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, after say, 20 years of fairly hard work, you could probably have enough investments and shit, to keep, to make
Yeah.
a surplus.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Maybe 30.
Yeah, but
Something
whatever
like
it comes
that.
out to be. Yeah, exactly. Like it's just all my life it's been like, excuse me, basically instant gratification. So I need to kind of retrain like bullshit.
Yeah, there's plenty of shit I need to shape up too. I hear you. I mean, I'm unemployed right now, so I mean, I can't
Yeah, I
say
mean, I basically am like I'm working from home. But it's not really paying super well, so I'm basically unemployed. I got one of those. I'm good. The red dog, that's all yours. Take all that.
That's all I need, I think. Yeah, that's all I need. I got purple back.
Oh, these bins are not looted.
Yeah, man, I'm kind of I've been unemployed a while because I mean I had some savings and stuff after my last job, and my dad left me a little life insurance money, and I've been taking care of shit. I mean I haven't been just sitting on my ass. I got like a certification I needed to get, and I've been doing some home improvement shit I had to do.
Right.
That it would be hard to do while I'm working, but at the same time though, I'm nervous as shit about going back to work. I shouldn't be. I mean I've held plenty of jobs, and my longest job, I was in it for like 3 years and 7 months. So, I mean, I can hold shit down. It's just that I don't know. Just I always get nervous about.
No, yep,
shit.
100%. Yep, it's and like I'm nervous about.
Even if it's nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, once almost everything I've been nervous about, within reason, not like not worrying about death and stuff, but other than that, it's turned out to be no big deal when I get into it, but still I get nervous. It's just
That's
a
most.
personality trait.
I mean, I'm the same way. Most things are that way, and probably most people are that way as well. It's kind of like the fear of the unknown. Like I'm really trying to like make something work. Like okay, so the full story is I could use that. There's heavy ammo here if you need it. Okay, I also hear you could have this if you need it. And that's it. If I find a scout, I'm gonna swap.
I'll give that to that kid.
But oh shit, I fucked up. But I hurt my like I have sciatica. Okay, so it started out as a I woke up with like a Charlie horse in my butt one morning, and it like stayed for like hours. So it was.
Oh yeah, you told me about
Yeah,
that.
so it was for like 2 hours straight. I had it, and I like couldn't move, and it was just a horrible experience. But like, so after that, I never went. I didn't go back to like the construction. So I've just been kind of not really doing anything, and then I was like, I taught myself social media marketing, kind of like how to write ads and do all that stuff, and I kind of. People are below us. Yep, they're about to come up the zip line. They started to, and then they saw me.
I'm right behind you. Okay.
Yep, right there. Oh,
Broke your
nice.
shield.
Okay. Two floors below us. There's also a purple shield 2 floors below us.
I'll say keep the high ground.
Yeah, I'm
I
just
don't-
I'm being selfish. Oh, it's empty. Oh, played me.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
you played
congratulations. You played yourself. Oh, somebody zipping?
Oh
I'm
shit.
coming in.
Yeah, I hear that. I don't know where. Maybe we should get to the roof.
Yep, there's a Pathfinder up there now.
Maybe that's where they just went.
I'm coming up.
Shit.
Lay off my boy, bitch. Shit, I gotta heal. Oh shit, somebody's here.
Oh shit.
Damn, his teammate came in.
Oh. He got us both. Maybe it was
Yeah,
two
he-
guys, I don't know. I mean, he got me and the other dude.
Yeah, somebody else came up. There was a bird man that came up.
Oh yeah. I gotta get a
Yeah.
shot at some food, but I'll probably be
Okay,
able to-
yeah, tomorrow's Thursday.
But finish your story.
Oh, so
doing
yeah, so I
marketing,
taught myself that. And Grim wasn't working at the time, so like I brought him in, and I really wanted like us to do this together, because I planned on like making some decent money with it. I didn't want to make money alone, and he needed money because also his dad was sick at the time, so like he didn't really have a lot of time to like go get a job and do all that. So I'm like, we can do this like
Sure.
very part-time and just make enough money to live and be okay, or we can do this 40 or 60 hours a week and make a ton of fucking money. So I tried to get him on. He was kind of half-assed, wasn't really was give me all the right words like he was into it, but like his actions weren't meeting it. So
Right.
we kind of stopped, and then my brother's friend has a social media or has a digital, or it's just a marketing agency. Really, I don't think he specifies in digital or anything. It's just marketing. Now I had already taught myself the social media stuff, so when he told me that they had an opening, I was hoping to get in on that side of it, because his social media girl left. So I already knew that, so I was trying to get in there, but trying to reach out to him back and forth. By the time he got back to me and was willing to meet me, somebody was already picking up the slack from her that she left, and it was going smoothly, so he was going to keep doing that, and he was going to do what he was doing and also pick up the slack from like the social media side, and he had somebody that he knew how to do that stuff, so he was going to bring him in kind of as like an assistant social media guy, so they didn't need that. So then he wanted me.
Wait a minute. Now,
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm sorry, dude. You were going. Okay, you said you were going for the. They had an opening in the social
Yes.
media thing. Now, which thing did you take? Well,
No,
the
no.
other guy was going to
So
take up the slack.
the social media girl left, so they needed. Okay, so there was nobody working on social media. So I wanted to get in there, but by the time, and I'm talking to my brother's friend, talking to him, I'm reaching out, I'm texting him, I'm on Facebook, all this. By the time he gets back to me and has free time to meet me, it was like months. By the time he gets back to me, they already had somebody from inside the company who was doing something else, who started doing the social media, just picked up all this extra work that she used to do, and she left. So this other guy was doing it. And he had a friend that also knew social media marketing, so he was bringing him in to kind of work under him. So that area was covered. So what my brother's friend really needed was to fill in what he does, which is actually create the websites in Adobe, which I know nothing about. So then I started to learn that, and he gave me like he created a new account and whatever, and gave me like password, so they paid for it, so it's not my own account because it's a subscription thing. So I was learning that, and that was just like kind of learning by trial and error. Like I watched some tutorials, and I was just like kind of messing around with whatever, and that was taking a while. So like that's still on the table, but it's not paying anything, so I'm effectively unemployed. Now I do other stuff on the side where I pick up stuff off of Craigslist or Facebook and sell it for more money on the other, or I even like trash pick.
That's cool.
If I see something that's in trash that could be sanded and primed and painted, or sanded and stained, or I do that, and then I sell that as whatever.
Where do you go to do that? Like just to dump?
No, well, that works if you go like apartment dumpsters. Like a lot of people will just have like tables and stuff that they either don't want to lift and throw in a dumpster, or they can't. So like they'll carry it out to the dumpster and it'll just be on the ground there. Or if you're just driving or walking around and you see, trash day, you see something's out there. It might be something small that. It could be a chair. Chairs are a little bit more difficult because depending on what it is, like people might want a set of them and you might only have one. But like coffee tables, if you can get it for free and you can sand it and stain it, even if you have to buy a pack of sandpaper and a can of stain, it's like less than $10 and you got the item for free. And if you can sell it for $15, it's not a whole lot of money, but you made some money. Depends on how much depends on how beat up it was. So I mean, but maybe you can sell it for $30. I mean, maybe staining looks better, but it also depends a lot on how good the item was that you got. A lot of stuff in the trash can be so far gone that you might need to put wood putty in, and it's better off painting it. Or even if you don't put wood putty in, it's still better off painting it because you might not be able to get it to look super good with stain anyway.
The wood's just
Right,
not good
so
enough,
and everything has value. Everything has value. So even if it's, I don't know if you have a car or not, or you take the bus, but even if you took the bus, you could take, if it's something you can carry on the bus, it costs you whatever, $2 or $3 to get there, $2 or $3 back, and you have whatever.
I was just visualizing carrying a coffee table on the
I mean, I mean, you do what you got to do. Like, you're not at a position where like you need the money, but that's another thing. I watch this guy Gary Vee, and he talks about that all the time. Like, people are so concerned about what other people think about them, so they won't do that. They won't go get a coffee table or a chair and carry it on the bus because they're embarrassed of what these strangers are going to think about them. But if you do that a couple times a week, you might be able to make an extra $100 or $200 a month, and that could be the difference between like having food or not, or prescriptions or not, or you know what I mean, like. So
yeah, absolutely. I was just I don't know if this is a good idea or not. I really don't know if it would fly, but it was just kind of building off what you said. If you could find, you know, a decent neighborhood that was not a gated place, you know, but just a decent subdivision, and you just go around, just dress up in a button-up shirt, and you know, just clean up and stuff. I mean, I've seen you on your stream. You're not a fucking slob or anything, you know. You just dress up in a decent,
Right.
look decent, and go door to door and say, you know, I mean, you don't even have to just look for shit at the curb. Be like, look, I'm just, you know, I'm an entrepreneur or whatever, and you know, do you have any items that you want to get rid of, but it's difficult to haul off or anything? I'll be glad to come and get them for you if you do, and if not, you know, thanks for your time, you know. And go to door, you know. I mean, I used to go door to door as a kid selling shit out of, you know, like a little catalog, you know,
Yeah.
those things that you can get as a kid. Where like, I don't think they would mind a guy that's dressed okay,
It's-
polite, going up there and asking if they have anything.
Yeah,
that's all wrong.
I tried something similar. The problem is people are afraid now. So like me and Grim did that. Like he
That's
has a
true,
pressure
that's
washer, so like we made flyers and we went out and like we did the door to door thing for a couple hours one day. And people wouldn't answer, or like we got maybe 2 people that answered in a couple hours.
Oh, no, and you had your pressure
No, we didn't have the
washer?
pressure washer. We
you
were,
were doing it
yeah,
when
we
you
were
worked,
going.
yeah.
Now, if we would have had that, or maybe had like a thing on the side of the truck, like like a magnetic sign or something that said like
Right.
mechanical pressure washer or whatever, or grim scary pressure washer, and the truck was parked out front, and I mean maybe we were dressed in work clothes or whatever. But we had a couple people answer, and they were like very suspicious and weren't interested. But that's not a bad idea. I mean, like I've put posts out on like not Facebook, but like Craigslist. We're like, hey, I'm looking for anything similar to that, like anything that you don't want. I mean, I'll take for free. And I've gotten responses, but it's always like from people who don't have anything that are just like talking shit, like, oh yeah, you're just looking for handouts, like you want to try to make money off of other people's stuff, like, right.
Oh, what the fuck?
Right.
They don't understand. Haters.
Yes.
Haters, we call them.
Now, me and Grim went up to a guy. We would actually, I'd go down to because I have a pickup that it needs work now, but I'd go down, I'd pick him up, and we would be on Craigslist and like Facebook and like looking for stuff that was free or cheap, and then contact them as soon as we saw it, try to set up a thing and go, and we would do that like during the day, like a job. Like we'd go, I mean, we wouldn't start at like 8 a.m. like we should, which is a problem because some people put stuff up like before they go to work, so it's up at like 5 or 6 a.m. and we weren't contacting them till like noon, so then it was already gone. But that's a really good idea. If I had business cards or flyers or whatever, and just put flyers out instead of, because people may not want to talk to me, but if there's just a flyer in the door that says, hey, I'm a this is what I'm doing, if you have anything that you don't want that you can't get rid of or whatever, like I'll come and pick it up free or whatever. But we had a guy that we went for, I forget what we went there for. Maybe it was just scrap metal, or a grill. But we wound up getting a grill that needed a little bit of work. Was like rusting out. But we got a grill. We got something else. We got some scrap. And then like when we were just like talking to him, bullshitting. Like when we're getting ready to leave, he's like, "Oh, actually, I have something else if you're interested." And he's like, "I don't know if it still can be used, or maybe you can use it to scrap or whatever, but it's in the basement, so if you 2 strong guys can get it out, you can have it." He had a drafting table that I thought would be worth a lot of money, but turns out you can get them pretty cheap. Not as good as this one was. This one that's beat up, but it was like solid metal legs, and then like an adjustable top, and it was nice when it was new, and now it like needs work. But he gave us that, and then he gave us a it's like a butcher block cart thing. So it's like a metal cart with wheels, and then the top is like a solid wood butcher block. Yeah, so like,
cool.
and he was just like, he had that just sitting in like a different shed, and like the drafting table, he was an artist or an architect or something that was sitting in his basement for like 20 years. It was just something that he wasn't gonna pull up, and like, but since like, and I guess he didn't want people in his house either, but since he spent like 20 minutes talking to us while we were loading the other stuff in the truck, he thought that we were decent enough people, we weren't gonna like rob him, so he invited us in and gave us his extra stuff. So
No.
I mean,
You know, does Grim still have the pressure washer, by the way?
yeah, he does.
Dude, that was your only mistake, was not having it with you on the truck, dude. I mean, because I'll tell you what, like my brother-in-law, you know, I mentioned to you, he's come up to
Right.
my house and shit, which he's almost done with. Hopefully he gets up this weekend or something. But anyway, he said to me, you know, as part of the money you're paying me, if you want to, I mean, I would appreciate if you would just go to Home Depot and buy this pressure washer that's, you know, that is less than the value of the job that you're paying
Okay.
for, you know, as part of his payment, because he figures if he can get a good tool, you know, it's just as good as
Right.
cash, you know. And so he got a decent Ryobi pressure washer, you know, like with taxes like $340 or something. I don't know how many PSI. It's a pretty good pressure washer, you know. It's about 2,000 or something PSI. But so like he used that not only to, you know, strip the paint off my house and, you know, wash off my concrete pads. I washed one of them. He washed one of them. But like he went to like pressure wash my nephew's house, his wife's son, you know, and like while he was pressure washing his house, he's in a subdivision, and the neighbor came out and he's like, "Hey, how much would you charge to pressure wash my house?" I mean, people like when they see how good one house looks after it's been washed, they want it on, because you know, you don't even realize how dingy your shit is until your neighbor's been pressure washed or your neighbor's pad has been pressure washed, you know, and like. And if you can go to people with that shit, and like you said, if you make some fucking homemade sign with a little cut, you know, whatever, cut out some letters and just make it look semi-decent on your sign, you know, for $10 or something. And like, you know, if you ask them with the equipment on your truck, and you say, look, if you'd like, I'll hook this pressure washer up to your hose, and I'll pressure wash off a small section of your concrete to show you how good it looks, or your siding or whatever, and you know, try before you buy. And when they see like their fucking concrete like sparkle white compared to the dirt that's built up on it for 20 years, I mean, they'll want it.
Right.
I mean, I want, you know, like when I saw it, I was like, wow. And if you pressure wash their fucking deck, if they have an unfinished deck, oh my gosh, that dark ass wood looks like brand new. I mean, it's like you charge them $80 or something, and it's like they've got a new deck
Right.
or whatever, dude. I mean, you know what an improvement a pressure washer makes. And I mean, shit. And if you get one of those fucking attachments where you can do their whole driveway where it's like a cart, you know, it's almost like a little lawnmower that attaches,
Yeah.
you know. It's like a cart you push so you can do it real efficiently.
Yeah, I've seen those.
Dude, I just think they were, like you said, they were wary. You didn't have your equipment with you, and you're just a couple of guys. But if you have a sign and the pressure washer in the back of the truck, that's all you fucking need, you know? They got a hose, and you got some dough.
Got some hose. Yeah, I mean, that's actually, yeah, really good. Really good strategy.
I mean, it could be, you know, I don't know. Like you say, people are wary as shit, but if they see you, if you can even get one house in a dense neighborhood, one of the neighbors is probably going to see and want you to do. If you can just get one person to trust you, they're going to be like,
Right, and that was I mean, we had ideas to similar to that. Like, if we could get somebody to agree to it, to actually like sit down, talk to us, and whatever, we'd be like, we would do it for free if we could do like half of their house, like whatever, one of the walls that, one of the sides that faces a busy street or whatever, do half of the house, and be like, we'll do your whole house for free, but we're gonna do half of this wall, and we'll be back in a week to do the other half. And like, if anybody comes up and asks you about it, or maybe put a sign in their lawn or something, so this way they can see the difference. If you're driving by, you see like, that's what it could look like, and that's what it looks like shit now, but it could look awesome. I mean, it might click to people that's like, oh
That's a
shit,
good
that's
idea.
my house kind of looks like that on the left. I want it to look like that on the right. And these guys will do it for,
Absolutely.
you know, so we had ideas like that, but like nobody ever gave us the time. But again, we didn't really put, I mean, like we would have actually put the time into like get a sign, or even if I would have just got like a sticker made or something. Like I don't know what a sticker itself would cost, but like there's this place in the mall where I can get like vinyl window things. They're like $1.50 a letter for like a letter that's about 2 or 3 inches tall. So then I can get it to say whatever, and I could put it on like, they stick best to windows, but if I could, maybe they have material that can make stickers also, where I can order a sticker from whatever, or I can order a magnet or whatever, and I can just slap that on the side of the truck rather than like paint something on my truck, like a name, but just slap something on there, park out front, or even buy a shirt and buy like a collared shirt and get it, the name of whatever company embroidered on it, so this way I'm not just a dude in like a black t-shirt at their door or whatever.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh yeah. When I said painted, I meant like on a wood
Right.
or some shit, not on your truck itself. But yeah. But I think that's a great idea. What you said about doing half of somebody's house one week and half another. I think that's a very good idea. But yeah, like did you give up after a few?
We did.
Like turned you down.
It was a little bit.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, no. Yes, it was. The people, like most people, didn't even answer the door, and the people that did answer the door were very, very wary of us. So it was just like, all right, this. We realized we're probably out there, probably walking about an hour or so, maybe, and it was just like, we realized that our approach was wrong, so we didn't want to waste any more time. But it was like, something needs to change, because this isn't working. So either we need, but at the time we didn't have the money to dump into shirts or dump into whatever, and like I don't really have the money now, but I could figure it out. Yeah, I mean, like if I needed to take one of the collared shirts I have now and go pay 10 or 15 or 20 bucks to get it embroidered with a company name, I mean, to possibly make $100 off of pressure washing. I mean, I only have to do one house or one deck or one driveway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, to pay for that. Yeah. And but I really think if you have the pressure washer where they can see it in your truck, I mean, if they see you have the shit ready to go, that, I mean, you know, if a couple of dudes show up to my house with no pressure washer, and want a pressure washer, you know,
it's like something's not right.
Yeah, even though it was right, you know, but yeah, I think that's all they need is just to see that you're serious and you have the equipment right here, ready to go. I'll give you this free square, or I'll do half your house. Yeah, I'll do your house free if you want to do half and half.
Yeah, I think so also. No, I haven't seen that. It'll rip the paint off it. Right. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah, like it changes. Yeah. Yeah, I got a guy that I worked with. He did that. Ever since he was like a young guy, he worked whatever at like Pathmark or some shit. And then would do the would do that on his own. Like spent whatever, couple $100 to get like a thing. He actually bought it like used from Home Depot. He said, yeah, it was a rental one that he rented and then like used it, liked it, and then like asked him like if he could buy it or whatever. They let him, and then he just started with that. And he, like, I had to drive him home. He dropped his car off. I worked when I was a mechanic. He was a salesman, so he dropped his car off, and then I drove him home, and so he was like telling me all this. He's like, yeah, he was doing it for like 20 years or something, and it was some of the easiest money he's ever made. It was like $300 to do a house. He pointed out to a house like in his neighborhood. He's like that house. He's like, I charged $300. It would take me like 4 to 6 hours, depending on how much they actually want. He's like, it's all about the chemicals. You rinse it down, you spray it with these chemicals, you let it sit, and then you just hose it right off. All the dirt comes off. It's like it's hardly any work. The only thing is you have to get up on a ladder, and actually, like if you're doing like a 2-story house, you have to get up on a ladder and actually be able to get the nozzle close to the house. Like don't stand on the ground and like reach up and try to do it. He said like actually go up there and get it and do it, and it'll look amazing, and you'll be, I mean, like they'll be glad to hire you next season to do it. I mean, it'll be so good. It was like what he pointed out was like a cape, like so it was like a 1.5 story or whatever, and he said it was $300 is what he would charge for it. Yeah. Yeah, so yes. Yeah. So that's what he was saying. Like he would work at Pathmark. He was like worked in the deli or whatever. He'd work at Pathmark, and then he'd get off. Like he'd work the morning shift, like 7 to 3 or whatever, and then he would go into a house from like 4 to 8 in the summer. And he would do that all summer, and he'd have like a couple $1,000s saved up at the end of it. And when he said when he started this, he was like 20 something. So, yeah, I mean, like once he saw like the money he could make, he was in from then on. No, it's like a grocery store. Pathmark's like a, yeah, he worked in the deli. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he had benefits or something from Pathmark. I don't know, but yeah, it was. Yeah, he said he would do that for whatever. He would do like as much as he could. If he could do like on his days off, he would do like 2 or 3 houses if he could, and just stack all of the money, all the money he could, like over the summer. No, he said he would. He said he would show me, because like he was also talking about like having me do it, because he was like 60, so he was talking about like bringing me in to do it or whatever. But then that fell through, because I was a mechanic at the time, so he was like we were gonna do it on like on the weekend or whatever, and then eventually it just didn't happen, and I kind of. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there's probably chemicals like that are made for pressure washing. I would think like different soaps and stuff. So like, I'm sure Google could tell me.
Washer. This kind of like those shits you put on a water hose to spray fertilizer or whatever. There's like a little tank on the end of the wand
Sorry,
or whatever. But I've heard that if you put in the tank of
yeah, I'm sorry. My controller just died, so I just heard the end there when you said when you put bleach in, it could deteriorate the lines. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and the way he was talking, it was like the soap is like super important. I mean, like whatever it is, you can just like easily just get whatever. I mean, just spray it on, and there's no scrubbing, none of that. It was all just very simple shit after that. Yeah. I mean, so like, yeah. So that's what would make like it so easy. I mean, but then he still would take like 4 hours. Like the way he was talking, like didn't sound like it would be a 4-hour job. But then, like if I'm just rinsing the house and then spraying the soap on and then rinsing the house again in like 20 minutes, doesn't sound like that'd be 4 hours. But yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yep. I am terrified of heights. So. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's no good. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah. No, I don't know. I didn't. Yeah, I haven't. I didn't actually. Yeah, I didn't learn like the names of it. I helped them with. I mean, some of it. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Right. And I mean, and these are the New England houses you're saying? Or these are the... Oh, okay. What? Yeah, no, I mean, that's, I mean, because it is like how shit lasts. Like, I can't own anything for like more than a couple years without it breaking, but like houses and buildings and like, I mean, this shit can be built and can be like centuries old and is still standing in some cases. Like, and it's crazy. Like, wood you don't think is that durable to last hundreds of years. Like, you know what I mean? Like I've seen decks, they fall apart, but like this building can, and yeah, and there's buildings that are, I mean, hundreds of years old. Okay. That's insane. Right. But yeah, yeah. Like, and it's to be the person to like figure that out. Even like that, the different like framing techniques to like to get something. And it's like, hey, we'll just. I'd be afraid to like, I'm gonna try this new idea, and it's not gonna work, and it's gonna kill this family or this whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like. But yeah, they're just like, we're gonna do it and see what happens. Yeah, I guess not. So yeah, if you know what I mean, you live to a certain age, it's like, we can test with you. I mean, it's like, whatever the age was like, I don't know, Jesus' time was like 30 years old or something, was like the life expectancy. So once you get up around, yeah, so like in, I don't know, colonial times, like once you get up around like, I don't know, 50 or so, it's like you're starting to, you're over the hill, you're gonna be, I mean, dead soon. So I have this new framing technique. Why don't you just go live in that house until you die? Either you die of old age and I was right, or you die because the house collapsed and I was wrong. You know what I mean? Yeah. Alright, sounds good, Zero. Thanks for the games, buddy. Yeah, you too. Sam. Alright, and with that, people, I'm going to sign off. I want to say thank you to everybody that came out. It means the world to me. You could have been doing anything on a Wednesday night, but you chose to spend at least some time with me, and I really appreciate it. Whether it was Facebook, Twitch, Mixer, or YouTube. I know I'm promising other things like Periscope and stuff one day. I appreciate all the engagement I get on the Facebook, on Instagram, the little bit I get on Twitter. Not really there yet, but I appreciate you guys coming out and hanging out. There's somebody here even now, all night. It's almost 4:30 in the morning, so somebody thinks I'm important enough to listen to at 4 o'clock in the morning, probably when they're drunk. So I appreciate it. So yeah, thank you to everybody. I'll be back on tomorrow, like 10 o'clock ish, and then again Friday, same time. And then my social media, follow my socials, all of them. It's Mechanic on all socials except for Twitter, which is Mechanic G. This weekend will be a bunch of pictures from the Halloween party I'm going to. It's gonna be a lot of fun. But yeah, so thank you to everybody who came out. To those who didn't come out,